Are you kidding me? Good morning. Ooh. Oh, Yogi, where's it at? Hold on. All right, Mike. Quick mic check. Let me know if you can hear me. All right. I just moved everything. Can you guys hear me now? Do a quick mic check. Okay. Thanks for that, Max. I still got to run up and get my call. Signals are running. The ES is kind of out of sync right now as it's getting a deep pullback, which could turn into a reversal. Kind of getting the same thing on platinum here. Sure, I got all my charts on the right stuff. Because platinum has already started a good. Platinum and ES both have started good moves against the 1 hour and 4 hour. So those might be turning. It's either going to be a deeper retracement, or they're going to, if they turn around, or they're just going to keep going. Especially platinum. I don't know MC's thoughts on that. He might put those in. Settings are all messed up over here. So I am in platinum. I went ahead and shorted it basically off the downward move. So I'm trying to short it early. Off that downward move where it broke that high right there. So once it broke that high, I got in at start of the candle. So or the 7 a.m. candle, sorry. Actually, the one candle before it. So basically, since it shorted that previous low right there, and I got magnets off and everything. That's what I got in on. The push below that previous low. And the 15-minute, of course, long red sections. So we had a decent red section at the top, plus at the bottom, green arrow. So I went in and shorted it off just the 15-minute changing, which, of course, may not last long. Anytime you're just doing the 15. So now we got the 1 hour that's flipped red. So that gives me, more confirmation of what I'm seeing that might hold long term. So we will see. Traded Bitcoin last night. There's the trade way up there. I had moved my stop, so I got stopped out. So that's one of those things where I got in up here on the big drop on Bitcoin. Can't remember the exact price. I've got it out there in the Discord with markers of where my original stop was, my original entry, when it dropped down, and you have to look at the chart. I can't even remember where I added to. I got in with 2, added 2, so I had 4, and then it pulled back right here because it pulled back and tested. That's where I added. If you're looking at the Bitcoin chart, right here. So it broke through the triangle or wedge pattern, and then it pulled back up to tested it and gave a red candle. That red candle right there is where I added 2 more. And you see it pulled down. I was in positive for a while, and it pulled back, and I was actually in the negative on those 2 contracts for a little bit. My order had moved down to up here somewhere, and my stop I pulled down with it. It pushed. When it pushed, I moved my stop, and this is what you get. So it even pulled back here. So either way, I got stopped out. I would have been in it still if I would have left my original stop. My original stop was above this high back here, that little plateau area where it flattened. So the only way I could have still been in it and been in it short now, because it's continued to push down more profit. But the only way I'd still be in that is if I would have left my stop way up here, and I was able to pull partial. I pulled 2 off. So the other 2 got closed out on the pullback. But the only way those would still be on is if my stop was back there. But I don't leave my stop at original position all the time, especially if I'm going to bed. If I'm watching what happens, then yeah, I'll do that sometimes. Not always. Hopefully we'll get some movement. I did have to unlock this. Yeah, you guys should be able to hear me. Somebody said it's working. Yeah, is that better? I had it away from me at first when I did the test. Let me know if that sounds better. It should. Plus, I've lost my voice a little bit. It does not help. But just be careful taking, those 7 a.m. entries, because sometimes we're getting it on moves that are turning. Sometimes we're getting it on moves that have already started without us. Total pulled profit. So late entries mean what? Less contracts. At least they do for me. Platinum gave a nice pullback, nice small pullback. I'd like to see where it plateaued there for it to just pop and run. We do not have real strong news today. We got yellow folder news. For this morning, so just keep that in mind. There's the yellow folder for the day. So nothing really that we expect to move the market. So we should have a decent slow day of trading. We'll have the Forex market open, and we'll have the U.S. stock market open. So those will help us kick in, especially the U.S. stock market. There is Australian news tonight for the Aussie. It is at 10:30. We got cash rate news. So I'll be trading tonight, 10:30 on that, and I'll have the signals up for the Australian dollar. So we'll have some mixed nights. I'm not doing that every night, but if we've got news and I'm trading it, which I usually do, if there's news that I expect to move the Australian dollar or Kiwi, still sounds weird. Let me go see. Nope. I've got my Yeti on. Is it still muffled for you guys? I do have the right mic selected. Let me change it. It's still the same microphone, but I'm gonna change the settings here. It's showing the same settings though. I wonder why. I hope Tyler's not been down here messing with this. It took me forever to get this thing set up. He knows better. Should still have mic. I'm shutting the camera off, but well, volume's all the way up. Does that, if I do that right there, does that help any? Even more, maybe? Okay. Yeah, I don't know what it was. I went into mic settings and it's the same mic set. Like there's two settings with the same microphone, and this is the second one, but it's set up as the same. It showed it as the same exact setup, but we'll run with that. We're negative on the or I am at least on the platinum. I did take a chance on Bitcoin and jumped in it. Already showed you guys where I got in last night on the wedge. I'm deleting all that. All the markings off the chart. Remember, if you're trading funded accounts, you can typically add in one to your position or add in one time when it pulls back. Sorry, that's what I meant. Oh yeah, I definitely got my morning voice on. I don't know. I think I went to bed at 1:30 too. I don't know. I get up at 6:30 with the kids now. So, I got to figure out what we're going to do because in private, I thought private YouTube it was like a private meeting place, which it is. And some of you guys had logged in this morning, but then we had to chat in Discord, which is disappointing. I think we could chat in here still, so it's all in one place. Because I know I don't want to bounce back and forth, have another reason to and screens to bounce back and forth. So it's been nice chatting in here. So I had to go and unlock it. And then when the share link went out in Discord, I just deleted it. Let me share. Yeah. So I did post an event out there. I'm going to start doing that, using that event posting. Um, I don't need a kill this one, actually. But when I plan to trade the news now, and I don't know, I'm just going to delete both those. I killed the wrong one. So again, I'll be on about 10, 15. I mean, I'll be on the computer at 10, 15. I'll start a live for the Australian news. Hopefully you guys updated your 4-hour charts. I did change a few things around on some of them, added some lines. I don't like what Bitcoin's doing. It just made a higher low. Sorry, I didn't have the 15 signals turned on here. On Bitcoin. Quick peek of gold or gold oil. Everything's green as it's pulling back. I was trying to find some grounds. There's a 4-hour trend or support and resistance there. And then NASDAQ kind of looks like that. NASDAQ and ES look similar. So I'm not sure if that's coming to a screeching halt or if they're going to continue down. We just had nice pullbacks on them. I am going to run up and get some coffee real quick. Platinum's giving that little push for me. Of course, the 4-hour is not going to, we're not looking for a 4-hour candle till 10 o'clock. So sometimes this will signal a little sooner, showing that it's starting to turn. It doesn't always do that. So that being said, right now you're just trading off the 15-minute and 1 hour. I'll be back. I'm gonna run and get some coffee real quick. It's already made. Just gotta grab it. Everything's still green on gold. ES just made a change in the 1 hour. So the 1 hour has gone to green in ES with this move up, but the 4 hour still red. Platinum, the 1 hour went back green, matching the 4 hour, and the 15 minutes green. So everything's green across the board on platinum right now. I tried shortening it at morning entry, and it just didn't work out because it didn't go any further. It just went green that previous candle. And ES, the 15-minute and 1 hour went green on ES against the red 4 hour. So we might see a bigger pullback, bigger push up. Of course, its market opens up in 2 hours. U.S. stock market. Gold hasn't really gone anywhere. Bitcoin has pulled all the way back. Let's see if we do this on Bitcoin. I have a trend line on Bitcoin now as it's retracing up. Right now, I'm considering a retracement because the 1 hour and 4 hour are red. Now, that could turn into a trend. If the 1 hour goes green, it more than likely will turn into a trend. So right now, we consider that a retracement. Look to enter short. This is on Bitcoin. So again, the 1 hour, 4 hour red. So right now it's just pulling back against that. We consider that a retracement. However, if the 1 hour flips to green here at 8 o'clock, well, this may turn into the new trend on Bitcoin. This start of it right now. So ES kind of the same situation, except the 1 hour's already starting green on it. So 1 hour and 4 hour were both red on ES. But the 15-minute was green at 7, so that would keep you out of taking a 7 a.m. trade. And then recently the 1 hour's turned green, so 15 and 1 hour is green, which means we're bullish, should be bullish bias. You can be bullish against the 4 hour. And just remember that it may be a shorter term trade, like it may not last all day. Sorry, I had my side panel running. You guys don't need to see that. It's not doing anything. I did get into Russell. I know you guys don't watch that here. Um, I didn't catch all that move up. And I'm not a much. I'm in light on it. I took it a little bit too late. I wasn't watching Russell. I don't watch that all the time. I don't even look at it all the time. So I did get in. I got in where that position tool is, that side right there. So I got in a little late on it. That'd be my entry. And you can see they're all lined up. However, well, I need to buy. I got in a little bit late after the 15-minute switch. So I just wasn't watching it, guys, on the Russell. I only got 6 charts open. That's all I need. So I had happened to flip to Russell just a couple minutes ago, checking it against the ES and NASDAQ. And so that where the 15-minute flipped was 718, this one here was 703. There's the 7 o'clock candle. So at the 7 o'clock candle, the 1 hour turned green, then the 15-minute back. So you could have entered there or entered here where this green line is, 718. I did, like I said, I wasn't watching it. So my entry's over here, which basically is okay with me because it pretty much had just broke this high here when I got in. So candle closed above that line, next candle open and closed above that line, and then that's the one I got in on at the close of it even. So that's my entry. So who knows if it'll run for me or not, but it was a valid entry. Oh, there's the yes. Keep in mind, no news today is a catalyst, so and gold's adjusted accordingly. Gold settled in. So with no news to move the market may not move, right? If we don't have news to help move the markets, then the market may not move. It needs that push. So you see gold sitting sideways. I'm not in gold. I haven't been in gold all morning. I don't know if I'm trading gold today. That's why personally I look at, you know, the several instruments that I do, because you're not guaranteed, but the likelihood of one or two things breaking out and trending for the day is good. So that's why I don't focus on one item. Now, I did when I started, it was the euro dollar. That's it. I only trade the euro. Then it was euro and Canadian dollar, and then went from there. So on a day like today, if I was trading the euro and it's bouncing sideways, I'm not taking any trades. You just have to be okay with that. I'd rather sit out and not see an entry than to try and force something that you can't really force to move. So again, gold sideways. I would be looking for a channel to trade, and it's got a high and a low. We got a high back here. Okay, way up there. We got a low down here. The low down here was respected. If I look at the bounces on gold, the upper left chart there, I could see that if you ignore this wick, well, then you can definitely see some highs at play in here. So this would be your channel to trade right there, with it knowing that it could go above that up here. So that's how I would trade something like that. I would look at that and go, okay, it's in a channel, it's in sideways movement. No news today to help push things. Now, can it break out and run? Sure. So until then, you could trade it back and forth. So it hits the bottom, you go long, hits the top, you go short, knowing the whole time that it may at any given time break out to top and bottom. So what does that mean? Well, that means I need to put on less contracts. I'm taking on risk by scalping it back and forth, right? Taking on risk. So from taking on risk, less contracts, um, and if it happens to break out and run, then we would already be in it if you're drawing trend lines, counter trend lines. So um, looking at the 1 hour and 4 hour, they're both green. So looking at that, I would trade my longs a little bit stronger than my shorts. So if it goes to the top and I'm going to short it, I might just do two contracts. If it gets to the bottom and I go long, well, then I might go four, because the 1 hour and 4 hour are bullish. That's exactly how I would trade gold right now. If you look at and measure this, you're gonna take your ruler tool and you can measure the bottom to the top, and know that it may not get all the way to the bottom. So pick something like this. Pick this low where the candle turn, and pick maybe this high right here, and come in there and measure, and see how many ticks you got. Is that enough for you to trade and take profit? If it is, then you can go for it. If it's not, then you have to sit out, unfortunately, till it breaks the high or the low. The So ES is still green on the 1 hour, but it's breaking that trend line. That's just the 15-minute break, and it's going to come back to test this low area. And hopefully you guys remember last week I mentioned that Monday and Tuesday, no news. No news on the US dollar. So I mentioned that those may be the 2 days you wanna sit out. No red news. So today and tomorrow may be the 2 days that you don't wanna trade. I don't expect great moves today. Can we get them? But I'm not expecting anything big. So definitely lock in your partials. I don't know if you guys heard what I just said. I'm toggling my mic back and forth so I can eat. So you guys aren't listening. But again, Monday, Tuesday, last week I mentioned that there was no news. This is something you need to do every weekend or the previous week, Friday, Thursday, whatever. You can get on this calendar and you can look and see what news is coming out months from now. You can plan your vacations around it because we need news to see the market move. The market still will move without news. It moves slower and not quite as far. So, as we mentioned last week, and I mentioned no news Monday and Tuesday, you can plan your trading. For those that can only trade 2 or 3 days a week, and you have a schedule, you can adjust your schedule like you work for yourself or whatever. And you can only trade maybe 2 days a week. Today and tomorrow would not be the one of the two I'd pick, or the two I'd pick to trade. It'd be Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday. Non-farm was not all that great last week. Everything's still green on Russell. Nobody's trading that. NASDAQ's back and forth as well. So NASDAQ did break its line like ES is doing. But both of them, NASDAQ and ES, the 1 hour's green and the 4 hours red. So we're getting that nice bearish retracement. I do have the markers on the charts. I'm adding it to a couple others. We've got that 11 a.m. marker coming up. And then we've got a noon marker. So the 11 a.m. marker is just going to remind you that, we're getting closer to noon. So you might consider not taking new trades. That's that 11 a.m. to noon, that hour between. Some of you, I think, are taking trades. Some of you aren't. And then I've got the last one that comes up at 4:45, just to remind you to end of days here. If you're trading with the funded account, you need to consider closing out your trade. I had these marked last night and they're not there now. Marked them off the other computer, and for some reason the only one that showed up was gold on this one. So again, if you see them pop up, that's why they're there. They're ahead of time. They are marked. So I did okay on that Bitcoin trade last night. Nothing spectacular, but again, my stop was I moved it down, trailed it down, so I didn't leave it way all the way. I would have had to have jumped because I added contracts in my order move. That's why I moved my stop. So if I would not have added contracts, that would have been the only reason I would have left my trade where it was. But once I added contracts, my order moved. So when my order moves, I move my stop down. That's just the way it is. So had to move my stop. Where's the S here? I need to get out here, look at my trades. Anybody in anything right now? So I am in gold and platinum. And I'm just now moving my stop up here. I'm going to slide them over real quick to the chart. We got minute 25. So here's my two trades. There's gold. I told you guys I was going to trade it as a channel. Told you I helped identify the channel. The tops, I'm just using where those candles turn. Now, I know full well, as you see where it went up here on the right or left, went up and turned. It went up and stopped here, even stopped here. So I know it may not get to that high. So I did exactly what I told you guys. If you were trading a channel, this is what you do. It drops down, hits the bottom of the channel. Then we go long, and I feel safer going long. Now, I only put 2 contracts on still. I just know the reality of today is right now it's making lower. Every time this moves, look at the lower highs. So we have a high, lower high, lower high, lower high. Is this it?
I don't know. So I actually put a sell limit in there. It's getting ready to trigger and pull one off. It may not even get to that. This is where it may just, I should have had my, I should have had my, if I can grab my tool, on the inside top. That's where I should have put my order right there. So I should already be out. So that being said, if you look at the inside top, you know, where it turned, it's hit that. So I should actually close out one. I don't think I'm going to let it do it. I think I'm going to do it myself. I'm going to close one because that's where I should have had my stop. And it just went up and triggered that price. So I kind of put it a little too close. So that's trading that pullback. I'm going to move my stop up a little bit, but I'm not moving it to break even because I know that if it comes back down here to the bottom, I'm just going to add into that position, right? I'm just going to throw another one anyway. So what I'm hoping for is eventually it just breaks because the 1 hour and 15 or 1 hour and 4 hour green. There's the platinum trade. I only threw one on, stopped below the low. It basically broke this level over here, this low, broke this high here. So you'll see like a high and then a higher high and pull back, and then it made a higher high. So it's popping through the roof now. So at this point, yes, I would want to move my stop up to minimize my risk. And then I'm looking at it to break this solid level of support resistance here. I'm looking at it'll pull back. I'm looking at it to pull back and test that support and resistance level. So far, so good on those two. Good valid entry, reason for entering, and of course it just kind of took off. We started seeing big green candles at what time was that? A little bit ago. We saw a decent candle at 727 and the 730 candle. Those two big green ones, and then we pulled back about 5 candles off that down here. So 2 decent sized green candles, and then we pulled back, and then it broke back through that level again and took off. So decent trades so far. Can't pull off anything. I only put one on it. Yeah, so Bitcoin, it did break that retracement line up. We did get the 15-minute red, but it hadn't tested the back of that trend line, so retracement line. So it just tested the back of that line, and then upon doing so, we're waiting on the red candle. So that could possibly keep you out of trades. This the 1 hour's turned green on the signals. So that would be my only caution with that. If the 1 hour would have stayed red, then would have definitely shorted it. So I would have went in with a couple of light contracts or lighter on contracts. So again, it broke the trend line and it just didn't go anywhere after it. It went tested this low, pulled back to test the backside of this line, which it did. Red candle entry. That would be your entry off traditional rules. Looking at the 4 hour, 1 hour red. And that candle right there would be the one you would enter on. Gold, it hit the high. So what do we do with gold since it hit the high? Get out the gold. Oil, everything's green. Platinum, everything's green. Everything else is mixed. So I do something like that on gold, and I'll have to switch times to show you. So I just drew a couple trend lines on gold, and it looks like the one does not want to stick. Go back and redo this here. All right, so the trend lines you guys see on gold look kind of out of whack. That's because I drew one and we're kind of away from, so I drew that down, the outer one that's up, and it's got room to move. So I have a more aggressive one because I went down to 1 minute to draw that one. So if it does not keep going, now I still have my runner on. I did not close because remember I said breaking out through the top is more likely than the bottom, only because our 1 hour and 4 hour are green. So here it comes. It's coming back to test that, and it may full well go clear back to the bottom. That's why my stop is still below. My stop is still below that channel. Still, it's like way out of the way. So I'm going to take, I don't know. I'll leave it on the 1. Because you guys are watching the signals anyways. I'll leave it on 1 for a minute to watch how this plays out. And I'll switch it back to 3. Just remember that all the signals you're seeing are still off the 15-minute, 1 hour, and 4 hour. Nothing's changed when you dial down to a 1. My stop's way down here. So far, mine hit 3 to 1. Reward to risk. Good trade overall. I just know the reality of a what am I trying to do here? Oh, the reality of a channel is that they're going to come back and maybe even test the low. So it was trying to break the top of that channel, but did not. And if you zoom back, we had it break up here and just not stay above. So see, what candle did I get in on? Make sure I got it marked right. Yep, it was that one. Right at the bottom. Basically, your price action trading on those when it got to the bottom. So it's going to go all the way back. I expect it to now. since it broke the trend line. I did not get out and get in short when it started pulling back off the top. Now I'm stuck holding my long. So something I noticed on ES, and you'll get used to seeing these over time. The lows are at the same exact price across here. You can just see, where it pulled down and made this low. It's almost down there again. But if you pull down and you see where it made this low recently, went back up, test backside line. Well, if you look back, you saw a low here, and I saw a high here. And what that means to me is support level. Old resistance over here becoming future support. It's old resistance becoming future support, or old support becoming future resistance. So this is resistance when it comes up through the bottom. It tapped, pulled down. Once it broke it, it came back to test it, pulled back up, came back to test it, pulled back up, taking a test it. So now we've identified a good support level. Well, what did the last two highs do? Hopefully you guys can see what they did. They were getting lower highs. That's where you come in, draw your trend line across there. So what does that look to everybody? Look like? Big fat pendant. You'll see me use those interchangeably. Pendant, flag, just pendant or flag, or there you go. That is a pattern you need to learn to identify. It's very significant. So ES has been making lower highs, and it's a 3-minute chart, but you can do them on any time frame. So it's making lower highs. So the bearish side of the market is trying to regain control, okay? But then we definitely can't go past this price level, 94.25. It's the bullish side of the market, creating like a freeze point. It's not going to let anything go below that. Now, it's going to break one way or another. If nothing else, time will push it through the triangle, through the pendant. So we know it could get tight in here. So prepare for a breakout. That's what you have to do, top or bottom. You can set a pending order down here. We can do a sell stop. That's going to trigger if it pops and breaks. The only caution where I got mine is it's close. And the only thing with putting your pending orders is that you're getting in on an extension. It has to move down to put you in. So you're missing part of that move. You're getting in kind of late. So you're going with less contracts. Then it could break through the top. I don't know where to put a pending order. I mean, you could put one just below this high. There's all kinds of ways you can do this. You could take your ruler tool and you could measure from this high, that price up to this previous one. Okay, and mark that. And then what you're going to do is come down to this one, and you're going to say, well, it might hit the triangle about there where the arrow is. It might only go the same. We're looking for that level that it may turn at. Okay. So we're looking at possibly turning at 96 or hitting that level. And then will it possibly break through? So what I would want to do is come set an alert line more than anything around this level right here. So I want to know I don't think that'll go through the Discord like that, which is fine. But there's an alarm level. So if it goes up, it's going to alert me. You know, the other day I got in short on a pullback like that. I had a pending order down below in case it break and ran lighter. When it pulled back up to the top, it actually gave me a bounce off the trend line. I got in short with more contracts. I went in more. The 1 hour and 4 hour are red. So that's how I'm planning to trade ES. It's just like that. I'm going to turn gold. I'm going to take this trend line off at least. So it had a nice break and test of the other trend line as well as it's possibly moved, as it might pull deeper. And if you look, guys, this is why sometimes you might want to peek at the 1. You don't have to. We're trading on 3, but look at what, you know, I had a more aggressive trend line here. It broke, went to this one. This one broke and tested. But you're looking at 3-minute candles. So candle closed below the trend line, and so it broke it. This candle wicked up to it. So that's a test. We may get a further, you know, retest on it. If you dial down to 1 minute, you can actually see that when it broke this, you know, it tested here in the first 3 minutes. And now it's just kind of moving sideways before either another push down or another push back up to test the backside. So sometimes you just got to glance down at the other chart. It's no more than being on like an hour and glancing at a 15, or, you know, if you took entries on a 4 hour, glancing down to a 1 hour or 15 to look for a better entry and to look and see, you know, how things are moving. That just gives you more information. Is what it does. I'm not going down to the 1 minute to trade it. I'm going down to the 1 minute to look for a better entry. Oh, we got triggered. I had told you I had my order pretty close there. And we got the wick there. Bitcoin, we kind of have the opposite of that. Where we have some lows across here. And we actually have a kind of reverse line that it just broke here. You can project that on back where it touches that other wick, something like that. Let's see how that's kind of a reverse pendant. We definitely have a support level. That's clear right there. And then we definitely made higher highs. So as it popped up here to break the previous high, pulled back, popped up to break the previous high, pulled back to the same price point. It's where the candle closed. Popped up to break the previous high, came back, turned it at that price level, popped up to do what? Break the previous high. So each time it's pulled back to this price level, it's done what? It's popped up to make break the previous high. Where do you think your stop should be on any one of those trades? Give you one guess where your ideal stop should be. And I think you guys can see that with the lows. That's where it should be. It just should be below that level, even possibly below this wick. That's going to be too far for looking at this as a breakout entry. What I'd rather see is the like what we see on the ES below it. It keeps giving lower highs. Well, that gives us a tighter stop loss. If it breaks out through the top, we could have a tighter stop loss. If it breaks to the bottom, we can have a tighter stop loss because the lows keep getting lower. What we don't want to enter in, I mean, you can enter in on these, but what you have to realize, what's on the Bitcoin is kind of a reverse, right? We have a definite price level that's being respected on the bottom. However, every time it pushes, it breaks the previous high. Again, double bottom here, pushes up, breaks the previous high, pulls back, pushes up, breaks the previous high, pulls back, pushes up, breaks the previous high, pulls back, pushes up, breaks previous high. That's what we're in now. So basically your stop would need to be down here. And typically that's going to be too far for people to stomach that. So definitely less contracts on that if you're jumping in. But that's definitely a break of that trend line. Top of the pendant, whatever you want to call it. We got it way back in here to kind of put it on the chart. Let me take them bio. Every time I restart the chart, this stuff's already on the chart. Forgot to remove the trade panel. Had an alert go off on gold. Or ES, sorry. That was where the ES broke through the bottom of that. Remember I put a alert down there. Or no, it was up here, sorry. Right there it is. So when it pulled up here, it triggered an alert saying that it was at that price point. That was to alert us that it's getting back near the top of that pendant. And if you're looking to go in short, because the 1 hour and 4 hour are both red, that would be a better price. So what you could do is when it pulled back up there and the alert went off, you could have added to your position if you were short light. Again, you can only add once on prop firms. I don't know if they care about the evals. I don't think they even watch those. But if you're on a cash account, PA account, whatever you call them, you can only add them once because you're basically in the negative. So on a negative, while you're in the negative, you can only add one time. At least through Apex, and I don't know about TopStat. I know on your personal account you can add in as much as you want, but I don't recommend it. So that would be a short, and I don't have my so you can take another 6, go in and do a market order short. I needed to add in when the alert went off. So that would put us in at 12. Now, what I'm basing this off of is what I've seen before on moves. And yes, this one's logged into my paper account, guys. I can't be logged into the same broker twice. You guys know that's why I drag my trades over to show you. Still holding platinum long. $8.25. So we got 5 minutes before the Forex market typically becomes active. And that's because it typically has news coming out. But not today. So if ES breaks through the top of that pendant, this trade has to come off. Did anybody short gold at the top of the channel? You should be doing well if you did. Price at 9%. Oh, stop. Sorry, I didn't notice that reverse pendant on Bitcoin before I did. You guys are probably going to hate hearing about this before this is all said and done, but we're kind of seeing the same thing on platinum here. We have our low. We have a price level here that's been respected. So kind of the same thing that just happened on Bitcoin where it popped through the top of that. I don't want to do that. If I went on back, it would be, I know it doesn't look like a triangle because I was trying to move that back. I'll put it back. And that's on platinum. So it definitely has a good resistance level right here that's trying to break right now. ES is trying to break through the top of that thing. Now I have to consider taking it, closing it out. If this candle closes above that triangle, I'm going to close this. I'll wait out the 24 seconds of the candle. Because for me, it's breaking the trend line. I have a trend line from this high to this high and on down. So for me, it's breaking that line. We just have to wait and see where the candle closes. If the candle closes in like 5 seconds, 4 seconds, if it happens to close before that, I'll hold the trade. If it goes through that and closes on the other side, I'm out. Yeah, we just closed above. I think I'm going to close it. And I was holding against the 1 hour and 4 hour are red, so were red. Now they're green. I need to close this order too. So I'm out of that one. Because the plan I had for it and the plan I was watching is not following through. Still up a little on gold as it's sitting above in that channel. That is my trade that's on there. So it did hit profit level from where the stop is. It did hit up in here the 4 times level, which is 3 times risk reward. Platinum still in. We just had one, right? Yeah. I don't know if you guys saw it. I think I showed it. I'll move it over real quick. So there's the platinum trade. Still in it. Stops back there. And it's cooking. So what's my... so from stop to entry, we just hit 2 to 1 here, which is where you'd want to move your stop halfway for those moving halfway. It just hit 3 to 1 or third level, which is 2 to 1. That's when you move your stop to just better and break even. And that's all I can do. I can't pull partial. So you're either going to trail your stop 1 level back or 2 levels back. What I'm going to do is I'm actually going to go halfway, because right here, 1 level back, if I move my stop there, then this would be if you had a bonus on. If I could close partial, I would have closed partial at 2 to 1 here, but I can't. There's no partial. So moving my stop is the only thing I could do. So right now it hit, this is 1 to 1. If I move my stop aggressively to 1 to 1, if I get stopped out, if I get stopped out, I'll get stopped out at 1 to 1. If I move my stop about halfway, then it's not even going to be a 1 to 1. The only reason I would possibly leave it here is because of this. That 1 to 1 level is right below these lows, which it might test. So you just have to make that decision. Do I want to move it there? And I'm fine with that. I'll get 1 to 1 on it. Now, since it's broke level 3, so on this one, I think I'm going to be more aggressive on my trail. Okay. Because I only have 1 contract. So if I'm more aggressive, I'm going to go in the middle of it because it's still cranking. Now, I've seen people just trail as it starts cranking like this. They'll just move it up, move it up, move it up, move it up as it goes. I just know the reality, and they do too. They know the reality of it. It's going to have pullback. So they're just looking for that, because right now I'm up 280 on this. So I don't know how much you guys look for a day. Minimum I look for is 500 a day. And most days I'm getting, 1,000 or more. So, because I'm trading multiple instruments, so right now it's up 255. So you could close out, be done. This is platinum though. So I know a lot of you guys aren't trading it. So if I leave my stop there, I'm asking to be taken out as it comes back and tests these levels. You just have to make a decision and go with it. And right now, if I get stopped out, I'm happy with that because I'm at 1.5 to 1. And couldn't I live with that? I could live with that. Yeah, it's going to be choppy all day. Yep. And none tomorrow either. There's no red news Monday and Tuesday. And that's why I mentioned you guys have, if you guys, you know, you can look and see right now what's coming out next week, the week after, next month. I mean, you can see the news releases that are coming out, so you can take days off. So we do have Australian news tonight. And of course, I'll be trading that. Tomorrow, there's no red folder news. Now, Wednesday, we have a lot of Canadian news. U.S. news, we got CPI. Wednesday at 8:30, we have CPI. Wednesday at 9:45, we've got the Bank of Canada. We've got their rate statement. All their rates come out. So the Canadian dollar, you'd want to trade that. And then at 7:30, we got unemployment and employment change coming out. Basically, it's 7:30 on the Australian dollar on Wednesday. So guess where I'll be? I'll be at the computer trading. So here's on the news, this is Christmas week. But you can look ahead at next week calendar. If you're wanting to not trade a day, take it off, what day would you you have to look and decide what day would you not trade. So I show all the news releases coming out, not just US, because I trade the Canadian dollar, Australian dollar a lot. So you'd want to look down and look and see what days don't we really have news for the US dollar. Monday we do, Tuesday we do, Wednesday we got, FOMC, not till 2:30 in the afternoon, 2 o'clock, that Fed funds rate report. So we expect movement off that. So you could take Wednesday morning off, and because the news is what pushes the market. It helps drive it. I won't say it pushes it. It helps drive it. Because it's the reaction to the news that where we get that volume and volatility, and then we get the movement, that momentum. Thursday, we still have news, but then Friday, if you look, we still have news as well, too, on that. But you can always look ahead. This is what it looked like at the end of the week last week. So looking ahead, or looking a couple weeks out, if you're trying to plan a vacation or something, you could see what days we don't expect news on the U.S. dollar. And it was Monday and Tuesday. I mentioned that last week, that Monday and Tuesday would be the 2 days that I would consider doing something away from the computer, because you don't have to trade every day. And since we need all that, to drive the market, then we can still sit here and make, little trades and make some money. However, you just don't expect big moves. If we get them, we get them. That's great. I mean, that's super if we happen to get some, because we don't always get them on days like today. So ES broke and is holding above that pendant top of it. Had a good drive up on gold off that trade. So gold has hit the 7th level of that trade I have on. So that's our 6-to-1 reward to risk. 6 times risk level. I decided I was not going to be caught off guard today. So I brought 2 big cups of coffee down this morning. Wow. Look at NASDAQ, guys. Nothing but sideways. Your tops in here. I don't think I got the magnet on. I mean, it's tradable. You just have to be willing to take your, get in when it hits the top and then trade it to the bottom and close out. Until it breaks out, that's the pattern that it's currently in. I mean, you can see it's definitely sideways. There's a clear high point, a clear low point, clear resistance, clear support point. So just the way to trade that is when it gets to the top, you go in short. When it gets to the bottom, you get in long. If it breaks out a one way or another, wait for it to pull back and test it. So if it breaks out short, I can show you guys how to aggressively trade a break. If you guys, someone let me know if you guys would like to see that. Does anyone get in right when the price breaks the high or low? That's what I should ask first. If anyone takes sideways movement like this, and then when it breaks through the top, you actually get in on that break of the high. Or if it pulls through the low, pulls past the low and breaks the low of that range, you get in when it pulls past the low. Because that's the only way that this works. So right now it's at the top. So if I was going to short it, I would consider, and I can do that if you guys want to show you, because I'll do it because this is on a paper. This screens you guys are watching are on paper because I can't log into both screens with it. Yeah. So typically the way you'd want to do something like this is I would actually dial it down to a 1 and draw a trend line on the move up. And if it breaks that, then and on the move down. And if it breaks that, or stays up that line, then you would hold your trade, hold your runners. So it's something like this. We're trading it to the top, and see, this is why I mentioned that, because that's right. That's what I see is where it's pulled up and down. So I would actually want to short that, and I'm probably going to do it too late because I don't have my speed tool on here for placing trade. Whatever you want to call it, the panel. But you would sell here, and then what your target is down here, these lows. So at that point, I'd actually come in, and you can put a pending order. We're going to do, it would be a buy limit, and we would do it to close out 4, not all, to close out 4. So what's going to happen is it moves to the low, because look at our 1 hour and 4 hour. Our 1 hour and 4 hour are red, right? So if the 1 hour and 4 hour are red, then the odds are it's going to break through the bottom. So I get in, with like 5 here. We're going to get in a little lighter. We're going to close 4 when it hits down here. We're not going to hold for the very, very bottom. We're not going to go like that candle, the bottom of the wick, because look, it didn't get there here. So we're going to go more the inside bottoms, and the inside bottom is just that. We have a low or bottom. Okay, this is the outside of that. That's the lowest point, where the inside of that swing is right here. Okay, the inside of this swing is that candle. So I basically put my limit order to close out 4 when it hits that inside bottom. So that's how you trade that, as taking profit. Now, if you say to yourself, I don't want to miss anything, what if it breaks through the high? Well, if it breaks through the high, you're going to have a stop up here, right? Because we're not trading without stops. So we're going to look to the previous area right here. We're going to come above that, and we're going to place a stop. We have 5 on. So it has to be a buy stop for 5. And that would be our stop. That's the whole setup. That's it. So there's 2 things you could do in case it breaks through the top, because it could break through the top. You can set an alarm on the price where your stop is, or you can set an alarm below it, knowing that it could possibly hit that alarm, take you out. I didn't get it on. Sorry, guys. What I was going to do is take the stop we had 5 on, and I was going to put 10 on it. Well, I just didn't do it quick enough. But you could take that stop that you would have 5 on. We had a stop of 5 against the short. You could put 10 on that. That's super aggressive, because if it breaks to the top and puts you in, we would be in long right now if we did that. It's real risky, but so I don't recommend doing it, but I've seen a lot of people do it. But it's just super risky, because right now we would be in long on with 5 if we did that. So it did break out through the top of that range. And we could have had a range up here. It wouldn't have mattered. Even if I had my range top back here on this high or this high, it still broke it. Still in gold. Gold has hit what? Baked level, which is 7 times risk. That's the trade I'm in marked. My stop is my stop's still here under the why is it not showing up for you guys? I just put an X on there. Maybe those X's don't show. I have no idea. It's on my chart. Oh, it is. It's showing up for you guys right here. So I'm going to move it. I'm not even going to break even. So now I have to decide, where do I want to move my stop? Right now, I figured, it's safe. It's way below these two lows right here. So right now, my stop has protection in this high right here. Okay, where those highs are. That's my level of support if it pulls back. So I have a wick back here before 7 a.m. So I have a wick there that I can move to below that. And since it's only a wick on a 3-minute candle, I don't expect it to hold very much. So if I stay under that previous high, it's right here. That is 4 times my risk level. If I move, there's level 5, 4 times the risk. We hit level, it actually just hit level 9. So that's the 8-time risk level. So again, I like to trail 1 or 2 back. 2 back is going to be 7. It's going to be right here. It's going to be tight. I think I'm going to pull mine to the 6th level right there and just give it a little extra room. I forget what price I had that on it. I did add to the order. Bear with me here. I'm going to have to take that. That trend line's no longer valid because of where it's at. Even oils. I think somebody trades oil in here. There's oil right now popping. I don't have anything marked up on it other than I was watching it for this high back here, which is what it's breaking now. Still holding platinum. It's been a long 30 seconds here coming. I'm going to show you that in a second. Because I took a loss earlier on gold, and I'll show you, because I should not have. I have my stop. I'll show you in a second. As soon as this candle flips, I'm waiting on this candle to flip, or this candle stuff. So we got. That's why I said it's going to be a long 30 seconds. I'll show you my gold trade, because I actually, if you remember, and you probably don't, I don't expect you to, but I took the trade right at 7 on gold. And I'll show you where I messed up on that. And of course, I get up at 6:30. I come in here. I'm trying to log in. And I was able to add your guys' email to the YouTube all in one batch. So that worked to do the private. Then I found out we couldn't chat in private. And I know you guys don't want to be, you're already watching your charts to trade. And then YouTube, I didn't want you to have to go into Discord to type anything to chat. So, that's just too much going on. So I decided to unlock this. So I got to do a few things so I don't know if we'll be able to use this. I may have to switch to Zoom. I don't know. We could try Discord if you guys want in the Discord, like voice channel, but the charts are real small on that. There's a way you can make them bigger. And I showed you guys, I'll have to show you again. There's an app you can download. It's a Google Chrome extension that is called, let me find it. It is called Hide Discord Sidebar. That's what it's called. So you can hide your servers permanently, like all the servers you're in, and then you can show them at any time. It pops a little, it does this right here. It pops a little show servers. You click that, you'll see your servers on the side. If you click this app, you can actually auto hide your channels. Okay. So auto hide when it's small. If you click auto hide all the time, see how the channels are gone? Well, then we could do a voice chat and use that, and it would fill up this whole screen. So there's a possibility we could use Discord. When you slide your thing over, the channel threads pop up. Slide them back. So I really like that. Now I got mine big enough that I just keep it to where auto hide is off on not the servers, but on the other. Disable auto hide on the threads. So it's a really cool extension for Chrome. If you're using Chrome, of course. Here we go. All right, so let me get back on gold. So I am going to slide my gold chart over so I can show you guys. Everything's flipped. Now we got 19 seconds. We'll have to wait again. Or is that a minute? Why does this one say 13? Oh, because I got it on a 1 minute candle. That would be why. All right, we'll wait a minute here and I'll go over gold. Because it's just hitting levels now. Level 10 hit, which is our 9-time risk level. So I'm going to look to move my stop. When it hit level 9, I was actually on 3 levels back. So I'm at least going to move it to 7. I kind of want to move it to 7.5. So it's right there is where my stop is. When this candle closes, I'll slide it over and show you guys so I can get you back on the signals chart. So look at where everything is when this candle closes. We got about 10 seconds and it'll close. It looks like everything's going to close and hold the way it is. Sorry, I'll flip back to ES on the bottom. That's Russell. That's my Russell trade. There's ES. I forgot I split a Russell in there. All right, so we got everything's pretty much stayed the way they are. I'm going to slide my gold trade over. So I actually took it at 7. I do not come in here and just take like all 6 things right at 7, right? So I went ahead and took and bought at the candle here. Actually here, I waited a couple of minutes. Remember we talked about waiting 3 or 6 minutes? Not, and I need to put it on the 3 minute, sorry. So again, 7 a.m. taking that. I guess I did take a right at 7. So took the trade. It pulled back. I kept my stop below the current low. Remember? And I don't always do that. Remember, I like using the 2 lows back. So I had a stop too tight because I sat in the negative for a while and then it closed me out. I had my stop again below the current low, not the previous low. If I would have had my stop below this previous low, guess what? I would have still been in on that trade. I just would have sat in the negative for a while. I would have had some drawdown for a while. So I got closed out when it fell here. It hit my stop only to do what? Only to turn. So again, my stop was at the current low. I normally go 2 lows back. I had a lot going on, was sitting there trading. I just went and I'm like, okay, I'm going to take it 7 a.m. I'll put my stop here and bam, I put it on. I just wasn't ready to trade because again, I was starting YouTube and one eye open, haven't had coffee yet, all those good excuses. So that's my fault. That is 100% my fault. I took that loss. But again, we go in lighter. Why? Because we're jumping in at 7. We're jumping in with the direction. So what I did was when it came down here and stopped me out, I'm seeing that pullback. I'm looking over here and going, well, you dummy. You put the stop under the current low, not the previous. Okay, well, let's try this again. Because I'm like, okay, it's giving me another chance. Is it not? I'm going to go ahead and jump in with my stop now below this low, which is where it should have been in the first place, which it was right there at that level. So that gave me a better price to get in. That's definitely a better price than where I got in over here. And then it's just moving. So it wasn't a channel, came down, formed a low, high, pulled back, format low. I'm like, okay, I'm getting in long because I'm trading with the 1 hour and 4 hour. So that's why. So yes, I took it a little bit before the, one candle before the arrow, 15 minute, but that's why. So 15 minute come right after it to get in. And the 15 came right after it. If you look, that's basically look to the left. What was it doing before that signal candle? Well, it was moving down and it just broke that, pullback line. So that's your entry. Since I got in back here on this candle, this next where I got in down here, this next candle closed up to level 2, which is 1-to-1. Then went to level 3, which is 2-to-1. You can move your stop partially, halfway. And then when it gets to level 4, close partial, which you'll see I did. I only put on 2 and I closed 1 when it was right here. So when it pulled up and almost hit level 4, which is 3-to-1, I closed out 1. And then it dipped back. So I did add one in here on this push up. That is, typically I like to add in once things move. Once I see that we got that confirmation, we're getting a bullish move. Why I like to add in is because one, the market is paying for my entry fee, basically. So when I added this one on, it moved my order. My order was back here on the first trade with 2 contracts. I closed out 1 here, moved my stop to break even. So my order's still here. Well, when I added one on here, what did it do? It moved my order. Well, what do you think I did with my stop? You can move your stop to protect the order. So that's how I love to add in. So right now, if I wanted to add on again, okay, I could add in and my stops are ready to protect. So if I said, I really don't care about pulling profits on gold, I want to see if this thing will trend all day. Is it going to go to a 4-hour level? Do we have a 4-hour level up there for it to go through? 2. So if I want to add on, if I really don't care about profit on this, I already profited some here, closing 1. So I got some profit locked in. Right now it's protecting. Right now it's coming right back. And we got US stock market. But if I see that it's bouncing here, couldn't I not add in another contract? I can't. What it's going to do is move my order up. Okay. So it's a way you can build into the position, but you're already protected with where your stop is. So what I like to do is make sure I like to add in slowly. I don't just want to add on 5 contracts, because if I add on 5 contracts, this order is going to move past my stop. Okay. Now I'm probably going to get stopped out. So I'll just show you how I do this if I was adding in. So we're going to get stopped out before I get this said and done. But what I like to do is come in and I'll buy 1 more. See how my order moved up? I have 3 on. So it didn't go all the way to my stop. I can actually add 1 more in. See how it moved closer? I can actually add 1 more in, and that's all I'd want to do. And I need to change this to a 5. So I just built that position of, I added in here. So I had 2 on. I just added 3 more contracts, but I can't lose anything. I cannot lose anything right now on that trade. We just formed another candle. I'll switch back over the signals thing. So basically, that's how I like to stack in. I did that a few weeks ago on Bitcoin, and Bitcoin just went through the roof. And I just kept stacking in. As it moved, I'd stack in. I was stacking in 10 at a time. 10 contracts every time it stacked in. So, or every time it moved. So you're letting the market pay your fees for adding those contracts. I added, my stop was really close, and I'm okay with getting stopped out. I'm not going to make anything on these as a whole, but as the order moves, it actually locks in from what we moved here. It's paying your fee for adding contracts. So again, my stop was aggressive because I was keeping 3 levels back. No, that's 3 levels back because we hit level 10. So we hit 9 times. But that's how I add in. So I just wanted to show you that, because as I added in contracts, I would typically move my stop. So if my stop was still back here, if my stop was on level 3 and the order was back here somewhere where it moved when I added 1 on, what I would do is I would look to add in. I add in slowly. You'll see multiple orders stack like that. That if you see those, that's what I've done. I've added in slowly so that I can make sure I move my stop up to an acceptable level where I'm not too close to where it is, because I really don't want to, take a break-even trade or not make anything or barely make anything if I can avoid it. But by stacking in, that's a risk you take, because you're going to have to move your stop. So you just try not to get it too close. I guess that's what I'm getting at. When you stack in and move your stop, you don't want to get it to where it's 1 level back, or in my case, I was 3 and I was almost stopped down on that. So right now it's up to 221 and I'm stacked in. I have 5 contracts with no risk. That is easy trade, guys. That is calm, easy trading right there. You should not doing something like that. So we just formed another candle on everything across the board. Platinum's forming a pendant right now as it's kind of sideways. But again, I'll pull this over one more time. So you should be relaxed doing this. I never went in the negative adding any of these contracts on, right? Because my stop was already there to protect it all. So I'm just stacking into the position in case it breaks this high and keeps going. But we have a 4-hour support and resistance level there. That's the one level that may hold up. So it may not go further than that. So I stacked in 3 here as it pulled back. And I don't know what price level they're each at. 6.8, they're all around 686. which is 686.8. Most of them. There's 6. It's going to pull back on me before I do this, what I want to do. There's 686.8. So I stacked in when it pulled back. So what I wanted to do was close off 3 of them when it was up here, about to that level, but I didn't get that on quick enough. So that's what I would have liked to have done. Is you could do pull partial when it gets back up that high, because we do have a 4-hour level. So if it goes back up there, I'll consider closing out 3, leaving my stop where it is and leaving 2 on in case it breaks the 4-hour. But if you're in profit on these runs like that, it's a perfect way to stack in, especially if you go in light. Because remember, I only went in with 2 contracts. Went in with 2 contracts, and when it hit 2 to 1, I closed out 1. So I closed out 1 contract, 2 to 1, stopped, break even. And then when it kept moving up, I closed this other one out at 2847. Trying to see where that is. So 2847 is halfway between level 6 and 7. So that would have been a 5 to 1, 5.5 right in here is where I closed out 1. So I closed it out at 26847. So right in there. So I closed it out between levels 6 and 7, which is 6 is 5 to 1. So I closed out that 1 runner at 5.5 to 1 risk. That's lovely. You look at it now going, well, why didn't you hold? Well, I didn't know it was going to go that high. That's exactly why I didn't hold. And if you look overall, it's gone from 1 4-hour support level to the next 4-hour support resistance. So, all right. So I said when it gets to the top, I was going to close. So I have to get an order ready, or I could put I'll use a limit order. So I want to do a sell limit. I don't want all 5. I just want to do 3. So I did put we got 2 minutes left. I did put a sell limit right there. So if it pops up, it's going to close 3. Now these trades are not linked together. So there it goes. It just closed out, and see how it moved my order? So when it closed out 3, it moved my order. So I need to move my stop up. I can move it to break even, or I can give it a little room. So I might take a little loss against my whole trade overall, which I'm fine with. So I'm going to drop this back to 2 contracts. And I'm going to give it that. I really should be back here. We'll just have to, because it's below that low. So I'm going to leave my stop where it was. And I just, right now we're waiting. So yes, I'll lose a little bit back if it comes back and hits my stop. But if it breaks that 4-hour and holds above that 4-hour level, we should see a good move up. Yeah. So Candace, that's a good question. So I added 1 at a time in, and I did add 3, and it did not move the order up past my my price. So I could have threw on 3, and it would have moved it to where it was, where it had moved it when I added 1 each. But I just wanted to show you guys, if you can't figure that out, like if you're sitting there staring at it going, because I don't want you freaking out and hesitating, because the market has given me profits that I can build into a position off of. So, but if you're sitting there going, I would like to add 3, but I have no idea if it's going to move past my stop, where my stop is, or I'd like to have 5. But I have no idea if it's going to move past my stop, move too close. Then don't go in with 5 at once. Maybe put on 2, see how far it moves, and then make it, oh, well, it didn't move hardly at all. I could put on the other 3 and be fine. Or worst case, just add 1 at a time. You're thinking about adding 3 in or 5 in. and you're not sure if you add even one on, how far does it go, or will it go? So just then add one or two at a time, and that'll help you because you'll see how far it moves then. That's an easy way to do it, to where if you're not sure how far your order will move, just throw one at a time in. Because if not, you might sit there and go, man, I'd love to add 5 in, but what if it moves past my stop? And then you just don't do anything. You don't stack anything on, but you really want to. Yeah, definitely practice it, but it works. But that's why I wanted to show you guys about moving just one at a time, because each instrument, depending on how far they are, is going to move a little different. So, and I don't want you, if you're thinking about stacking in, I don't want you to sit there going, man, I'd love to have 5, but if that moves past my stop, I'm going to be in trouble. I'll take a loss. And you're in a good positive trade, right? So you're in a perfectly positive trade, been doing well, it's trending, and you want to add 5 on and you freeze. Because you're like, if I add the 5 on and it moves past my stop, it will be a loss if it gets hit. And I don't want to have to move my stop, so close. So just throw on a couple. And then until you feel comfortable. Once you learn how far it moves, then you can measure that out and, then start throwing in 2 at a time or even 3 at a time, or it's so far and you're like, man, I could add 6 on this and it's still going to stay below my stop. But some people freeze. They're like, man, I'm up. I'm good on the day. Already locked in my partials to make my daily goal. This thing's, going through the roof. And I want to stack in because I'm in light. The market, I can use market profits to stack in. And then all of a sudden, like I said, you kind of freeze up because you're like, I don't know, if it moves past my stop, I'm going to take a loss. I don't want to see a loss today. I'm on a good profitable day, good profitable trade with a good run. So we closed out, what did I close out? 3 on that with the limit order. And it's back up around that high, that 4 hour. Stop still where it is. If it breaks the 4 hour support and resistance zone, that's when I'll consider moving my stop. Once it pushes through that and hits level 11, which is 10 times the risk level, then I'll move my stop up to at least 8. I don't know if it holds above the 4 hour for several candles, test it, starts moving through level 11, at that point I'll move to 9. But it all is going to depend on what it does here with the 4 hour. Yeah, Candace, I don't know. I do that all the time. So stack in. And when you stack in, you just have to know if you stack in too heavy and that order moves closer to where it is and your stop's there, I mean, I might get stopped out at break even on all this. Right now, where I've got my stop, I'd get stopped out at my order is 6867 is where my order is. So there's where my order is. That's the price it's at. So it's moved up past my stop. I'm okay taking that small loss. I only have 2 runners on. So I'm 100% okay taking that loss to leave my stop below that wick right there. It's a little closer than I'd like, and I'm okay with that. Why am I okay with that? Because I full well know it may not break the 4 hour support and resistance level. It just might not. So, and I've already locked in profits. That was a good trade. I got in with 2, closed 1. I closed 1 at level 4, or no, level, let me see, 6876. Oh, it was the let me see, 6786. I got to go back and run it down. Oh yeah, so it was at level 3. So level 3 right here is where I closed out 1, which is our 2-to-1 risk reward. So that in itself, closing 1 at 2-to-1 was great, and that left me 1 on. And then on this candle here, that one, that's where I stacked in 1 more. That's 684.7. And then, of course, I closed out here. Not that one. It's this one. We put that limit order on, or I did. And that's where it closed 3 out. So 2 on, don't really care about them. I don't have to worry about that trade. I can set an alarm up here on the 4-hour line. So when gold's crossing up above. So now I have an alarm on my 4-hour support resistance level. Why? Two things. If it breaks that level, I'm going to look to possibly add back in or add more in if it holds. Yeah, MC, was it you that mentioned that gold or ES is in a channel? Yeah. ES is sideways. Let's see, platinum. So I don't have to worry about gold. I'm off the gold trade. I'm still in platinum holding so far. I'll slide platinum over real quick. I'm trying not to slide my charts over too long, but I want you to know I am sitting here trading. There's the platinum trade. It's up 230. So remember it was up around 250 up in here. I mean, it's just gone sideways. So you definitely can look and see, some highs here around the same price. But overall, these candles, see how the candle bodies are kind of closing like that? That's what I don't like to see. I would love to see it pop up. So I don't want to draw that one. I'd love to see this pop up and test those highs because it's liking this price level right here. Okay. And then we're definitely seeing the candles move up. So again, we're getting that. Hopefully you'll start to notice these a lot because that's what we're looking for. We're waiting on it to break one way or another. And of course, everything's green. The 1 hour and 4 hours green. So I'm hoping it breaks high. That's what we had here. Remember over here, I drew across this support level, and then we head back here, and then we're looking for it to break out through and this is a reverse. I'd rather see these. I'd rather see these where it gets tighter as it goes, and then it pops out one way or another. Okay. Than this one where it gets wider because it's almost that megaphone pattern, that gets wider as it goes. So far, good trade. Up 230 on it. Can't close anything. I am moving my stop. That's why I popped it there. So I can move it to a 1-to-1. I'm going to move it up a little bit. It's like 1 1/4 to 1, but it's below this right here, that wick. So 1-to-1 levels here. I moved it below that. It's not even 1 1/4. It looks like it on my tool though. I think it's because your guys are looking at 4 and I've had mine zoomed open right now to only show the one chart, but my stop's right here at the middle. When you see the X's show, the absolute center of that thing, that's where my stop is. And it's in the center, not right there. $985.5 or 958.5 is where I got it on there. That's it. 958.5. That's actually where my stop is. And again, I'm trying not to drag my stuff on your guys' charts too often, so I don't get in the way. Nobody came to watch me trade. I'm just kidding. Is that all I'm in right now? Oh, no, I'm still in the Russell. So I'm at 305 on platinum. Russell's only 155. Australian dollars seem to have been doing good so far in our market. I've hit, I need to cover up my NASDAQ chart with this. So I haven't done anything with this really. I need to. So you guys think about this. What should I do on Russell? Russell just hit my 4th level, which is 3-time risk reward. I haven't done it 3 times risk. I've done absolutely nothing with it. I went in with 5, a little light. We have 9 minutes left on this candle. So you guys let me know. What do you want to see me do with the Russell? I got 5 contracts on. It just passed the 4th level, which is 3 times risk. Nobody's going to tell me what to do. Well, what are some of the rules? My rules, anyways. I just had an alert go off that gold is crossing the horizontal ray. So gold's trying to break that 4-hour support resistance level. So I got about 2 minutes. I will slide this one over so you can see Russell real quick. So, but if that holds above the 4-hour level on gold, we want to see it kind of test it. I'm already in, so I'm not. I will add to my position if I see that 4-hour level really look like it's going to hold. Here's Russell real quick. It's hit 4-time risk. My entry was back here when I got in, and I've got 5 on, so I am going to close some. So again, we're at like 4.25 times risk, something like that. So we hit the 4th level, or 3.25. So we hit the 4th level, which is 3 times risk. So I need to close out some. So I normally, if I put on 5, I close out 4 or 3. If we've been range bound, sideways movement, well, I don't want to, if it's been range bound and nothing but sideways movement, I'll want to close out 4 and only leave 1 on, lower my risk, capture a lot more profit. But when it's breaking levels like this, well, it's not in a range, correct? I mean, if it's going like this and it's moving, it's not in a range. So I only want to close out 3 at that point. So I would sell 3, orders here, sell 3, didn't move, and I'm going to close or modify my stop to match. So I need to pop 2 in there to modify. And then I can move to break even and give it a ton of room to breathe. We're just above level 4. We got 1, 2, I'm 3 levels back. I can move it here and be 1-to-1 risk on my 2 runners, right? And I like that because look what's up above us. A nice definite level of support and resistance area right here. Okay. So support resistance on 3-minute. So I'll move my stop to 1-to-1 right now. And then if I come in and mark that, you guys will see it on yours. So my stop's right here. All right, let me slide her off the chart for you. That is the U.S. stock market opening, is that alarm. So what we're hoping is that U.S. stock market, we want to see things go in our direction. We don't want to see it go the opposite way. And I'm going to have to get aggressive, guys, because I'll show you right here real quick. There's the Russell. It just hit 6 to 1 or 5 to 1. So I move my stop up 1. If I want to get aggressive, I can go here, which is 3 times risk, but I'm going to leave it here at 2 times risk. I'm going to give it room to breathe. But it quickly shot. Remember, it was just above level 4. It quickly shot up. So this is U.S. stock market open. Hasn't really done much to gold, but we're going to see ES, NASDAQ, Russell, Dow. We're going to see those move. So there's ES, lower right, push down through the channel. I'm not trading it. I'm not looking to trade it right now. Everything's kind of mixed signals. If you look at the bottom, you got the 1 hour against the 4 hour. I'm just not interested in it right now. I'd rather wait for this to feather out a little bit. I was already in Russell, so that was great. So I just held my position. NQ did the same thing that NASDAQ did. See how it broke through the bottom and really, really pushed. And it pushed clear back down to this low. It kind of broke through it a little bit, but pulled right back up. Don't forget, NASDAQ's the widow maker. That being said, or that's what I call it. Go in light on contracts. There's Dow. Dow just shot up pretty much and hasn't really done much else. NASDAQ will whip back and forth. It's taking everybody out. There probably was a lot of people that went in long NASDAQ because we are making higher highs in here and slightly higher lows off the candle body, and it just took them all out. Now, the only way you should have been long on NASDAQ is trading the channel, remember? Buy on the bottom, sell on the top. There's something else I haven't checked in a quick minute. Yeah, oil hasn't even done nothing. Guys, oil hasn't hardly moved at all. But it bounced off that 4 hour. Well, that 4 hour support resistance level there. Hopefully you guys update your charts every day. I've been posting them out at night, the 4 hour updated charts, as things have been moving. So it just bounced pretty much right off that level. It did finally break that high I marked over here a little bit ago, but it pulled right back down. So I'm not in oil, haven't been in oil today. I'm not looking to get into everything. No news, so. Not looking to trade ES and NASDAQ at all. So right now I'm still in gold holding a trade. Still in ES or Russell holding a trade, and that platinum trade. That's it. So I'm pretty much done unless I see a really super beautiful entry. I don't really think I want to trade anymore. I'm going to trade the Australian news tonight. So I've locked in what I need for the day. I think MC was the only one brave enough to tell me what to do on that trade. MC, are you in platinum? I'm just curious if you are. I know you're working on gold, trading gold now too. Tyler, I got to fix Tyler's something. He was trading the other day, Friday, and he's like, I can't take a trade. I'm like, what? And he said when he takes a trade, he goes, it's still taking $8 out of my trading account, but it won't put the trade on the chart. So I said, well, stop trading it. I said, how many times have you done that then? Twice. I'm like, okay, well, don't do it again. So I got to look at that tonight. I don't know what's going on. And then I got to thinking, I'm like, well, he wouldn't have hit his trailing drawdown because he wouldn't have been able to trade at all. He wouldn't see nothing like that coming up. I don't know. So that's what I got to thinking. Well, did he, because he's doing $25,000. Remember, I told you I was only letting him do an eval account, $25,000 one, since he was wanting to add trade Bitcoin with gold, and he's never traded Bitcoin in his life. I said, okay, you're going to do an eval account. And then I set him up, and he's like, I set it up just Bitcoin. He's like, no, I want to trade gold too. I'm like, you want to trade gold and Bitcoin? He's like, oh, yeah, both. And I said, oh, you're definitely doing it on an eval. I'm like, are you kidding? That's extra risk for him, right? 100% extra risk. So I just got taken out of platinum on this pull down. So if I want to get back into platinum, I need to look for an entry. And kind of peek through the top of that wedge, triangle, but pendant flag, whatever you want to call it. Kind of closed above, but the next candle closed down, and then we just broke through the bottom of it. So I have a support resistance level there. So I got stopped out on my trade overall. What did I? Fortunately, I got to log into Trade-A-Bait and pull a report. Because their link to TradingView is absolutely horrible as far as being able to see your trades after they're closed. Let's see, what are we doing? Platinum, and we have no micro on that. Oh, I'm in the different account. I wonder why it's not showing up. Gotta have Trade-A-Bait logged into the same account. Has anyone actually traded through Trade-A-Bait? I have. I was kind of curious if anyone else has. It's a junky platform. I don't like it. But if you want to trade multiple platform or multiple accounts tied together, you can only do it through the Trade-A-Bait platform if you're through Apex and Trade-A-Bait. Oh, so in the end, I only locked in 125 on that. So nothing fantastic. But guys, remember I talk about this. You guys will probably get so sick of hearing. Again, this is your business, your trading, your career, your job, whatever you want to look at it as. And what I want to say, you should have your daily goals locked in. For me, my daily goal is not $20,000. Can I take a trade today that trends? Tonight when I trade the Australian dollar, because I still trade a lot of Forex. So I'll trade the news off the Australian dollar today. So it moves, I'll take a trade. If it trends in that direction, I'll move my stop to break even, give it room, close partial. And then I will leave my stop at break even. I will not even move my stop. And I will sit there. And if it enters into and moves over the next few days and keeps going in that direction, I'm in it. I'll stay in it. Sometimes I don't move my stop for days. I just give it room on the currencies. So that's when I end up with a trade that has been on for like 30 days and is up, 8th hour, 10th hour, 15 or 20. So, but I typically can only do that in currency pairs. And then in Bitcoin, I've had some trades that have gotten really large. Some of my biggest ones ever, where it's trending. I mean, if it's trending, I want to stay in it, just hold. But you suffer through huge drawbacks. And I typically remember them, like that one I showed you guys on the euro. I took plenty of screenshots. Every day I gave you guys an update on gold, or not gold, the euro, where it was up like $8,000 and then fell back to like 5, and then went up to 9 and fell back to 7 and went up to 10 or 11, I think it was, went back to 9, finally broke the 11 going to 13 and fell back to like 9.5 or 10. I mean, that's the way it moves. It moves in waves. So since we know the market moves in waves, guess what? Our trade's going to move in waves, up, down, positive, negative for a while, and then positive, and you lose some back, positive, even more positive, you lose some back. It's just the way it happens. And but I have targets in mind. So like when that would hit, a certain target, if I have on the chart, then I'm going to close 3/4 out and let the other quarter run, adjust my stop. And that's how you end up with trades for like over 3 or 4 weeks or even a month or 2. Then you get stopped out and have to get in again. And I just do that on the News Catalyst. I've never used that platform. I've had friends that use it and still do today. They like it. I've just never used them. So my platinum trade, I just got taken out for it to push up. If you're looking at platinum, you're seeing where my loss was. Remember, I moved it aggressive. Remember, I wanted to move it up under the low. And I moved it aggressive just to be taken out. I know everybody in this room said that at one point or another. I just got taken out right before it pushed again. And that was this one. I didn't have my stop, at that price level or a little below. Even at that price point right there, that level 2, which is 1-to-1 risk. So I was taken out a little bit better in 1-to-1 on the runner on the trade. There was no runner. That's platinum. Did you get in one long? I thought about re-entering when it came back on that dip, but I did not. Everything else is green, so everything else is green. Hold that thing. The only thing I'm in right now is gold. I got whipped out of ES too. Or Russell, I mean. I might get back into Russell if it dips back. But yeah, the same thing. It went through my stop on Russell. I'll have to show you guys that. Because I moved my stop up some and it got stopped out. Too tight. Bitcoin broke out the top of that wedge. Reverse wedge, reverse flag. So Russell at the remember at the start of the news, it moved, and it moved up to 5 times risk, which is level 6, and I moved my stop aggressive, so I did get stopped out. And then I should have got back in when it was down here, but I did not. I wasn't watching it. So overall, still a good trade on that one. I would like to have been in it still, but if I would have left my stop down here, where's my X? Right there. My stop was down here. If I would have left it there, I'd still be in, but I did not. I closed partials and I guess I'm going to move that over one more time. Sorry, guys. I didn't have my trade execution on. So remember, I bought 5 back here. I closed 3 here at whatever that is, 4276. And then I got stopped out on this candle here that came down. So that's the one that stopped me out on the last 2. But I got stopped out at what? 4236. So 4236 is somewhere in here. Right there, I just passed it. So right there is 4236 on that wick. So that's still better than 1-to-1. So basically around 1-to-1 on my runners, just a little better. So I'm totally fine with that. I mean, why wouldn't I be? I closed the others at 4276. So that was almost the level 4, which is 3-to-1. So you get 3-to-1 on 3 lots and 1-to-1 on the 2 lots. I'll take it every day. Every time I trade. Let's see. Oh, guys, I am leaving the music off for you. So you guys can, pick your own music to play in the background. I need to go back to my old keyboard, old split keyboard. Yeah, it's all right. So this is the puny little Russell trade. In the end, that's all I got. Was 137. But add that to the gold, add that to the platinum. By the time it's said and done, remember, typically I'm only looking for 500 a day. I'm not looking for 10,000 a day, 20,000 a day. There's days I get that, especially with the Forex trading. There's days I only end up with 2,000 a day or 1,500 for the day or 3,000 for the day. It depends. If things are trending and moving, that's the more I make. If they're range bound, if things are range bound and just moving back and forth, I'm going to take more losses. So you have to be careful, because if it's range bound and there's no news to move the market or help move the market, create that, volume and volatility, then we're going to take more losses. If it's range bound, sideways, no news. So when there's news, we get things move. Well, then those are days that we want to hold our runners, and that's when we also make more money. So for me, mine's 500 a day. That's minimum. I have to make 500 a day, and I trade all 20 trading days of the month, and I count Sunday as a separate day. So I'm here Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. That's 5 days. And I also trade Sundays a lot of times. So that's like my bonus days. So if I'm doing 500 a day times 20, what is that? That's 10,000 a month. That's what I need. That's what I have to have. That's my monthly goal. Now there's days where I make, like I said, 1,500, 1,000, especially if it's range days. And then there's days when they run or they're at several thousand. So that's just the two puny trades. So again, I put 5 on, close 3, 106. And that, but I wasn't looking for $100, right? That's not my daily goal or my trade goal. That was just the, what was it, 2-to-1 or 3-to-1? Now I didn't close till, yeah, that was the 3-time risk. So 3-time risk. And that locked in 100. And then I got 31 on the other. So good trade, just small profits. Kind of disappointed I'm not in Bitcoin. Bitcoin has moved up to the 4-hour zone, mid zone. So of course, since it's yellow, we know there's a zone above it, at least one, if not two. There might be another yellow. So there's the red zone up above. So just know that look back on Bitcoin on the 4-hour, see where you're at. Where's it at on the 4-hour? So that's the zone we're at right here. So that zone, yellow zone, came from this swing, major swing up and back. That's where that zone came from, those wicks up there. And that's what we're hitting right now. We're hitting the top of that level. So I don't expect for it to break very easily. I don't have a line on here, which I would draw this, which I don't have on the 4-hour, but I would draw this line. Now you're going to have to go down to a smaller time frame and adjust it. But you would definitely want to put that line on there in case it breaks through the top of the zone. It may not go through that line. It may turn and bounce off there. So that would be my area of caution on that. Which that line may, I'm going to leave it there, but you'd want to dial down to from a 4-hour to a 1-hour or 15 minute at least, and kind of zoom back in because how many minutes we got? We got like a minute and a half. So go back to the 15, zoom back in, and then I would want to make sure that my sale's not really touching. And I think you'd turn the magnet off on your guys's charts. So put the magnet on, attach it to that high, and then see how this one was not right at that high. So that should be where it stays at. That's on a 15. So now we can go down to a 3 and see what it looks like. Because now it should be at the right point. See how it's further above since we adjusted it right to the candle. So unfortunately, that's something you have to do. Because you can attach it to a 4-hour candle or 3-hour candle, and then when you go down to a smaller time frame, during that 1-hour candle you attached it to, that 15-minute move is going to create some highs and lows that it's off of. You took a platinum long. But from what I've heard about IBKR, I heard they're a good broker. Like I said, I got 2 friends that trade through them. I've never heard them complain about that broker. I've stuck with Forex.com. They tried to get me to come over and use to convert, and I never did. A lot of brokers, of course, jumped ship here in the U.S. because of the rules and regulations, and a lot of brokers have switched from MetaTrader 4 and 5, and a lot of them have gone to TradingView. So TradingView is one of the top software companies for traders around the globe. A lot of introducing brokers, a lot of brokers have gone to them as an option. So Forex.com still supports MetaTrader 4 and 5. So I've got an account that is tied to MetaTrader 4. And if I want to, it's so stupid. I just can't switch it to a TradingView account. I have to withdraw. I would have to do a major withdrawal out of my MetaTrader 4 Forex.com account. Once I withdraw, guess what? I can open up a TradingView one and move the money into that. However, since I've done a withdrawal, you know what comes with that. So I did open up a TradingView account with them. So now I have two accounts, and I hate it. I'd rather have it all in one. But I just don't want to withdraw all that money out. I don't know why. They couldn't give me a valid explanation. I mean, you got my money in your account. Why can't I just trade TradingView? Just link TradingView to that account. And they gave all kinds of reasons why they couldn't, which were, oh, we can't do that. It's a different trading platform. I'm like, what do you mean? It's just an account. My money's not like loaded onto a debit card inside the trading software. So I don't know. Hopefully they'll, I don't know. I keep going back and forth with them on it. So we'll see. Me being with them since 2004, they don't really care. That just doesn't mean enough. And having the amount of money in there, they don't care about that either. That's through my, the biggest one's the IRA account. Bitcoin's hanging up there. Who's in Bitcoin? Bitcoin, gold. I still have 2 on gold. What level's that thing hitting? It hit level 16. I told you guys I went back into my modified platform because there was a day I was in here trading. I don't know how many levels I had. I think I only had like 13. I want to say 13 because I only had them down the left side. It may have been less than that. So I went back in and just zeroed out all those targets and had the 0 line, half line, and the first level, which is our entry price. All the rest I turned into targets. Every stinking one of those. Because it started moving past my my levels. Here's what I did. I know I showed you guys a picture of it. But 0 line, half stop, and then so we have our stop, half stop, and our entry price. And you have to label them back and forth. You have to go 2, 3, 4, side to side, 5 and 6, 7 and 8. If you don't, it's messed up. But that's how the this tool is written up. So the levels are it reads left to right, back and forth all the way down. So we got 22 levels, which is 21 times our risk reward. And so it just hit 16. So we've got some more levels up there to go. But this is why I did that, because I had a trade that went up above. It was going up above the last level I had. And I'm like, oh, I need to pop some more targets on there. So let's just do that. And I went and put them all in. So my 2 runners are up 218. Remember, I stacked in, guys. I stuck back in. We got a couple seconds for candle close. Bitcoin, the 4 hours finally went to, even though it's just now 10 o'clock. So if you look at Bitcoin, you'll see that the 4 hour kind of went green a little early, a little before the 4 hour candle started. So right now we just hit 10 o'clock. So bullish move. It's already in a bullish move. So basically you're trading that 15-minute, 1 hour going at the same time. And we had a break of that, triangle pattern, break of this high. And then it kept testing this high back here and then moving on. I am not in that, and I'm out of platinum. Gold's the only thing I have right now. Yep. And remember on the gold, since we just got a candle forming, I'll pull it back. So remember on gold, if I can get it over there. So that's my gold. So remember, I got in with 2 lightly. Closed 1 at level 4, which is 3-to-1 risk. 3 times risk. So it about got up there, closed, or I think I closed here. Sorry. Yeah, sorry. I closed at 2-to-1. Level 3, 2-to-1. Closed 1. Then when it moved, I had 1 left, right? Bought 2, closed 1. Oh, I bought 1 more. That's right. So I bought 2 here, closed 1. Well, then when it moved up to level 6 here and level 7, right there I bought it 847. So I bought 1 more, and then it pushed up, and when it pulled back down, remember I added 3 more. So that gave me 5. And again, I was letting this move right here. The profit I had on that move, I let that pay for the entry on these 3 contracts. My stop was already up in here. Okay. So I went ahead and added 3 more in there. And then when it moved in the positive here, remember, because I said it may not break that high, but I said if it moves back up to that 10-time level for the overall trade, I would close out 3. And that's what I did. I closed out 3. And then, once it moved up in here, moved stop to break even on the last 2. So I still have 2 runners. So I haven't pulled a report on that to see where I am overall. And I did take the loss early on because I got in with 2 at start of the market, 7 a.m. And remember, I had my stop too close. I used the current low that it had right off the entry, 7 a.m. candle instead of the previous one. So, but that's why I only went in with 2 with it, because it's a what I was saying, riskier trade, just jumping in right at 7. Trying to put it right at my entry level. I think it was a little higher than that. 276.3. Right there. So we're just clipping levels. Let's see here. We got 1:30 left, so I'm going to show you this one real quick, where it's at. So nothing huge on it either. So total right now, I have 158 locked in. So 228, but remember I had that loser. So I only lost $70 on the first trade. Again, I placed my stop off a current low, which I should have went 1 back. I would have still been in. This would not even be on there, that loser. But am I okay with the $70 loss? I could care less about the $70 loss, right? That's the way you have to get. Did it pull down from some of my gains on my first trade that I've locked in? Yes. And I'm only at 158. So that's what they look like overall. Remember, there's the 2 that were closed out in the loss. Then I put on 2 closed out one, closed out partial, closed out a second. Then I added some back in and closed them out. So this is all really, other than this first one. This first one right here is the 7 a.m. trade that I took that ended up being a loser. And then the other thing is right now I have on the rest of my gold trade, the two runners, and they're up 200 right now. So if I what was that up? 158, one something. I've got 204 right now. So I could be done for the day. I mean, it's 10 o'clock. I could close out this other 200, and that's like 350 for the day on gold, just on gold. And then the other was the Russell, which I'm no longer in. Because I got wicked out. All right, now I got to run up and fill my coffee cup. I'll be right back. All right, let me know if you guys can hear the mic still. Just got back. What'd you guys do to the market? Boy, Platinum just went to that 4 hour, tried to break it, come back down to that other 4 hour support resistance. Bitcoin, same thing. Bitcoin popped to that 4 hour zone and just could not break the top and fell off of it. I didn't get in. I was gone. The only thing I'm still in is gold right now. 1026. You have to decide if you're going to close or trade and take trades through noon, or are you out at noon? Or 11 o'clock, I mean, sorry. Or if you're going to noon. Wish I was in ES or... It pulled back through that bottom of that. What was the triangle over here? That low of that triangle area right here. It broke through that support level down on the low right. Yes, broke through that support level, tested the backside, and then just started dropping. Of course, everything on ES is bearish. It's kind of already started here. I was gone from the computer, so I missed that entry completely. Yeah, ES is cranking now. Trying. There's oil upper right. I had two lines drawn here. We have a 4 hour support resistance, and then earlier this morning I drew that line off this high. It actually broke through it, pulled back, broke through it, pulled back deeper before moving on. So, you know, if you would have got in on that, either, you know, break of that or the re-break here after it retested, either one long, your stop, you know, would need to have been below the low here. That's the current low. You would have still been in before this run, or go back to the previous low, which is basically down here. I'd stay under the 4 hour. So a huge stop you would have had. And right now, judging by the stop size, if I can grab it. Where your stop size, where you'd want it down here, below that low would be ideal. That's 35. So it's hit 65, not quite 70. So it's almost hit the 2-to-1 level. No, that's not right, guys. Hang on. I was gonna say that didn't look right. Because your entry might be there above that. I was gonna say it's not 2-to-1. It should be 100. Yeah, 108. So it's not even 1-to-1 yet. If you would have put your stop out there, way back here below the 4-hour line. Or you did it riskier, current low, which would be here, and you'd still been in though. Not wicked out. So again, we're coming up on the 11 o'clock hour Eastern, where you're going to have to decide, are you taking trades at 11? Is that your cutoff point? Anything between 11 and noon, you're getting in on slower volume, lower volume, slower. So we should expect less volatility since the volume is dropping off during the 11 to noon hour. The London boys are going home. US boys, it's around lunchtime. So we should see less volume between the 11 to 12 hour. So less volume means less volatility, which leads to less momentum, which leads to less movement, which leads to less profits. Profit targets hit. All trickles down to us. As long as you know that and keep that in mind as you trade, and remind yourself of that every day before you trade, you'll be all right. Because what does that mean to us? Well, it means to me less contracts. And if I get in something between 11 and noon, I might be pulling partials at 1-to-1. So you have to decide, is that something you want to do? Well, if I get in with less contracts because of that, and then if I'm going to pull at 1-to-1, is that acceptable? If it's not, if I just say to myself, no, I'm not willing to take it because of the low volume of trades we're going to get, low volume we're going to get on these trades. Well, then you don't trade. Or if you say, well, I'm not willing to close at 1-to-1, you have to say, okay, so when it gets 1-to-1, are you going to move your stop to halfway? And are you okay with taking the loss, half loss? So it gets to 1-to-1. That may be all it gets. Are you okay with moving your stop halfway and taking a half loss with less contracts? And if you say yes, then go for it. If you say, nope, I don't even want to take a little half loss, well, then you don't trade. Or when it gets to 1-to-1, do you move your stop to break even? Well, typically it's going to go to 1-to-1. So if you're not willing to pull partial, leave your stop or move your stop halfway, or you want to leave it all on when it hits 1-to-1 and move your stop to, halfway, or you just move to break even when it hits 1-to-1. And that would be your game plan. So you have to decide on what's your game plan for the 11 o'clock to noon hour. I've done well today, so I've hit over my profit target even with the losses. So I probably will not take a trade between 11 noon. It's going to have to be a really good setup, and I know it may only go to 1-to-1. So gets to 1-to-1, I can move my stop halfway, be willing to take the loss against the gains. So I don't want a big loss against my gains because I don't want it wiping out all the profit I locked in. So it would be smaller contract size. Russell's about, it's back to where I got in earlier. A little bit below it. So there's Russell, and it is all the way back down to where I got in. Bitcoin, the 4 hours trying to turn and stay red. So again, with no news, we expect choppy movement because we just don't have that volume creating the volatility and momentum that we need to see it run. I've had a decent run on gold today. So this is one of those days where it's like, are you going to stay out next time we have no news, which is tomorrow? I'll be trading. But I'm not looking for things to break and trend. If they do, that's great. Hopefully I'm in them. But that's why I look at multiple instruments. You know, I got in platinum, did a decent trade on platinum. It wasn't much profit, but it was a good trade. And I'm out of platinum and been out. So for me, gold's been the biggest trade. Russell was good too. It just wasn't much profit on Russell. But it was still a positive, good trade, and it hit. I don't know what it hit now. I keep forgetting my numbers. Some say it's a sign of getting old. Yeah, Russell's where I put 5 on at 420.5. I closed 3 at 4276, and then I got stopped out when it pulled back on my 2 runners, only for it to go a little higher. So where I got stopped out was 423.6. Oh yeah, that deep pullback. So I got stopped out about the 2.5 level, which is 1.5 risk reward, only for it to go clear to level 7. But the only way I could have rode that out is if I had my stop like 4 levels back. See, it hit level 6. It'd be 1, 2, 3. I would have had to have my stop 4 levels back. And that was the start of the day, 9 o'clock, that took me out. Or not right at 9. The candle at 9:36 took me out. So it was the start of the U.S. session that pretty much wiped me out. And of course, then it pulled all the way back. I did jump into ES. And it was a pure jump in the trade because I missed the entry. It's tapping my 4-hour level, so, or it's kind of pushing through, guys. We got 21 seconds. So I'm going to slide it real quick. There's my ES trade. I jumped in because it broke this low here. So again, it's looking, it broke this low right here. So when it broke, when it was breaking it and dropping down, I went ahead and jumped in with 10. So I'm closing out. I'm going to pull this up, go down to 8, and hit buy, and I'm closing out. It was $350. I closed out 2. Going to move my stop there. I really want to keep it there, actually, above that low that it broke when I got in. Change my stop to a 2 because I was gone from the computer and totally missed all this start to the move down. So I waited. It just was breaking that when I jumped in, breaking that low. So I was like, okay, I'll get in. My stop was right here, above the highs on back. And I was including those 2 candles. So right now I'm going to move my stop there. And hopefully this, if it does pull back, hopefully it turns before it comes clear back here to the stop. And it may turn right there. And that may wick me out because this down trade line is right here. That's the outer down trade line. And then you could draw an inner one along these highs like here. And you could have one even steeper if you want down here. But I would just keep in mind that the steeper they are, the less amount of time they hold up. So if I was going to draw that one, it would be dashed because That is not going to hold up long term. So a little extra. I just saw that breaking that support level, and I was like, okay, one more trade here. Let's pop it on. I don't know if NASDAQ's following suit with these or not. Let me see here. Yeah. I'm glad I didn't trade NASDAQ today. Up 200 on the gold runners. So I could close out gold. It's up 180 on gold. You know, as we get closer to noon, you have to decide if you're going to leave them on in case things keep going. I don't usually like closing out my winning trades. I like for them to be taken out by stops hit or end of day. Most of all, I typically don't close at noon. But I could close, you know, I've got 172 on gold and 115 on Bitcoin and $12 on ES since I closed out 8. That's a big winner right there on these runners. So it's not worth me closing out my runners on ES at all. So I had 10 on. It got to what, 350. I closed out 8. And right now on this pullback, my runners are like 20. So I'm not closing that at noon. I can't even get dinner on that. So I will let that run. So I'm either going to get stopped out on ES or it's going to give me more profits. Russell still popped down. I'm out of it, not looking to get back in. So I was glad I traded that. I traded that today as an alternative to NASDAQ. So I didn't trade NASDAQ today. Traded the Russell instead. I'm glad I did. Still trading by the same rules, just a different instrument. Because I didn't like how NASDAQ looked. I mean, it was in that range, and I just know what NASDAQ does. And it actually did what it normally does. So NASDAQ, remember, it was in that range, and I said it's tight in the range. It's doing it. Beautiful job. If you look at the lower right chart, you look at these swings, those are beautiful moves. Hits the bottom, hits top, bottom, top. I mean, really beautiful swings. Got a little tighter in here and then popped through the top briefly, went down the bottom, come back up, popped through the top again. So I thought it was going to go long when that second time it popped through the top and went higher even. I thought, okay, it's probably going to retrace some. I was looking for it to retrace to the half line. It didn't. It went all the way through the bottom, to the bottom, broke through the top, broke through the bottom. That's U.S. Open right there, U.S. stock market open. And then it even went back through. But when it started, U.S. stock market started this stuff, I was just like, I don't want to take part in taking a loss and all that, which is what it would have been. I would have had losses in there. So I was glad not to trade it. I count that as a win, right? I count not trading NASDAQ as a win. If it's whipping back and forth like that, and I don't want to be involved with that and take losses, and I can keep myself out of taking losses on it, well, then that's a win for me. Just as good as a dollar win. Because if I would have traded it, I would have taken a loss in there. Woohoo! ES is back up to $57 on the runners. That's my bonus. Everything I have right now is runners. 2 runners on gold at 130, 2 runners on Bitcoin short at 48, and then 2 runners short on ES at 57. So total, those are what, 240 or $50. So that is that's good on those. I could close them all out, 250 on runners toward my monthly bonus check. That's just how I look at the runners. Was it last week or week before I had the NASDAQ runner? It went to like 480 or something. I think I closed at 450 or 430. I don't remember the exact number. But the runner got over 400, the last little runner. So if it's last week, and I just can't remember if it was the last week or week before. I want to say it was last week. That one runner getting to $450, well, that's $450 toward your bonus check at the end of the month. We got another 5 here that I could, well, right now, 1, 2, 3, 320 around there. So I got another 320 here. If I close them all out right now, well, that's 320 plus the 480. You're looking at $800 bonus for the month, just so far. And then we still got a few weeks left, right? So with the bonus check, I can decide if I want to trade at all at the end of the year. I have some friends that are overseas that I met back in 2005 that started coming into our trade room that are, they only trade, they're London boys. So that's why if you hear me say London boys, it's typically because that's what I used to call them, the London brothers. They're not brothers, but we start calling them the London brothers or London boys. They liked it. They didn't. They were some good guys. They still trade today, but I trade with them a couple of times a month, but I just can't. I can't get up and trade U.S. session and then trade some Asian and then be up for London session. I got to sleep because that's what I used to do, 3-hour sleep cycles. So I traded all 3 sessions, but I can't do that anymore. I get too tired. So I'll trade with them once in a while, and it's normally on strong news for their market. I forget where I was going with that. Oh, that's where I was going. They take the last 2 months. They're not trading right now. They go on holiday. So they're not trading. They stop in October. And they don't trade at all. And that's what they do for a living. Like I said, we met a long time ago and we're trading together. And I miss trading the London session, but when you have kids and they got school and your life kind of changes. But they will stop trading in October and they won't trade. They don't trade up to the middle of January. It's a 2.5 month spurt. November, December, and 2 weeks in January. They do not trade. And then they start trading. And not aggressively. They wait until they get into February. So they'll trade some in January, last 2 weeks, and that's it. And they trade lighter than they usually would. Getting back in the swing of things, and that's something to say. If you step away from your charts for a couple months and you come back in, even though they've been trading forever, they started trading about the same time I did. And then we met in that discussion group, discussion board group. And that's how we found each other. But, we've been talking back and forth over the years. And just after being off for 2.5 months, they go lighter with lots. They're only trading 4X. and the ones trading Bitcoin. But they go in lighter with contracts, lots, shares, anything they trade, they're going lighter in because they've been away from the computer for 2.5 months. They don't even look at the market. That's one of their rules. They don't want to know. They don't look at it. If you're talking to me, don't tell me what anything's doing. That's them. They don't. I learned that a long time ago when talking with them when they're on holiday. Just they don't even want to know what gold's doing or Bitcoin or the euro or the CAD. They just don't want to know. They're going to look at the middle of January and see what it did. And they don't second guess. They don't come back and say, oh, look at all those moves I missed. And it's easier to do that when you're profitable, when they come back to trading. But they will go in with less contracts. It's just they consider it to be a little riskier because they've been off for 2.5 months. No matter how long they've traded. And it was about the 2004 when they started too. We met in 2005. And then we traded that London session all the way up to 2010 when we moved back to Ohio. And that's when things really changed because then Megan came along. So I was still trading with them when we had Tyler. But a lot of times Tyler was waking up at, 1 or 2, and I was taking him into my office, and he was laying over my shoulder while I was trading. You do what you got to do, right? Tyler was our Forex baby. Everybody called him. Is anybody in anything right now? Bitcoin broke that down trend line I drew. Let's see if we can find another support level down there. Yeah, see, platinum did not really have much follow through today. It did go from the original entry up. Well, I got a 4-hour down there. I'm going to take some lines off this one. And what do we got? Got a minute 50 left. I am going to slide this on your chart. This, again, is, and I know you guys have heard me say this a ton, but this, again, is why we draw off the 4-hour. I hope you guys are doing that. I'm posting them out in the, sometimes there won't be a lot of comments on them, but I am posting the 4-hour charts every night in the instrument thread. So, and this is why. And that line moved on me. I don't know why. Probably because I got the magnet back off. But that right there is why. So, you know, the down trend line was drawn from those highs. The up trend line was drawn from lows back here. We also have our zones. That zone is drawn from way back here. Again, that big swing up, big swing back, the top. You could see how it pulled up to almost touch it, broke it, pulled down to test it here, candle closed, broke it. So, but by drawing those levels, you should not be surprised when it turns. We don't know if it's going to turn, right? So as Bitcoin came up here toward that zone, as it's coming up, we're in it long on a 3-minute, right? And we're trading that trend line. But when it gets to that zone, it should not surprise you. If you don't have the zone on there, guess what? Then you're surprised when it turns. If you did not have that zone, did not have the downtrend line off the 4-hour, when it starts turning, you're totally shocked. You have no idea why it turned. Why did it turn there? I've seen people do that before because they get in and their profit target is like this high up here or even this high, you know, way up there. That's what they have for targets. And they're clueless as to why it turns there. And they'll post their chart and go, why did Bitcoin turn? Well, this is a price where it did not break over here. Price between the bullish side of the market and bearish side of the market, where a huge move up turned and almost went all the way back down, right? It went 3/4 of the way back down to this low. So you better be aware of that price level. You better mark a zone. I mean, if not, you're trading blindly, are you not? If I took this zone off here and I took this downtrend line off here and you got in that long, you know, all you had was an uptrend line. It bounced. You didn't take it. It pulls back. You decided, well, I'm going to get in, or you got in back here and it went up. You were in negative for a while. Well, why is it turning on these levels? Okay. Well, if you have those levels on, well, then it doesn't surprise you when it turns. That's what we're going for. We're proactive, not reactive. Proactive trading. There you go. It's because we're technical analysts. That's what I consider myself to be. A technical analyst with fundamental awareness. Because I need to know when the fundamentals are coming out. I finally got taken out of gold where I had my stop. Yep. So I'm out of gold. It just closed my 2 runners. I had my stop really close to, or just above or below that 4-hour. And it kind of whipped down to take me out. Watch it turn. It just barely whipped me out. I don't know what I locked in on that. Still up 117 on ES and Bitcoin 64 on the 2 puny lots. I am not looking to get into anything else. So that's what I got to fight. I got to fight taking trades. Do not want to take losing trades against that. So it is, I'm going to take these lines off the chart, but it's 11:01. So you have to decide if you're, what you're doing at this point. You've probably already adjusted stops. You have to decide if you're going to take any new entries between 11 and noon. You don't have to. So, and I know if you've taken right now, if you're in a loss overall, you might be considering looking for another entry to offset that. What do we got on candle? We got 1 minute and 16 seconds for new candle. So here's the report on gold. I'm okay with this. It's not the best, but that's, again, if you're looking for whatever you're looking for, 4,000 a month is only 1,000 a week. That's 200 a day. So hopefully you guys have that mapped out in your mind on paper. So for me, I need to see a minimum of 500 per day. And 500 per day just times 20 days is 10,000 for the month. Sundays is, I count that as pure bonus. I don't always make up to 500 on a Sunday. So I don't count that as a full day. And it's not. I'm not trading 8 hours on a Sunday. Right? So that being said, on Sundays, I'm really looking for, what I'm looking for more on a Sunday is if I can close partial and get a couple hundred, but I can let runners go through the night and then wake up in the morning, and during the London session, they've trended all night. And that does not happen a lot. So a lot of times I get trades that I pulled partial and I've left my stop where it was to give it room. I don't even move my stop to the halfway point. So on a lot of those trades, I'm at break even or even a small loss. But what I'm going for is for that trade that lasts all day long or all night long, because if I'm already in a position and it still trends tomorrow, then that's great. So that's how I kind of handled those. And that's pure bonus on me. So I had a little bit of loss against it, 70, and then the trades are down there. So that's the 70 loss. I can't even tell you. I'd have to look at the chart and the execution orders to see what that did. But the smalls are where I closed out partial, I believe, on it. No, I know this one's the last one. This is where I just got closed out, that last runner. So I only made 28. That was where I actually manually closed out one and one. So overall, good trades on it. So we got about a minute and a half. So I will have the signals coming back on the in the trade alerts. I've had them off for a while since we were focused in here. Because I'm right now I'm just going to signal. was thinking about signaling them all four, but I know some people go to work and I don't have it set up. I can't set it up to go. I'm going to trying to set it up right now so it signals in different trade alert areas, threads, whatever you want to call it. Mr. Someone, I'm not sure. Are you talking about the charts that are up right now? Well, that's going to look weird. Hey, this is why I got to turn my magnet back off. Oh, I haven't posted anything out there. I know Peter's in the day trading chat. He posted one where he got in short. Now in the metals group, if you go to the metals thread, I posted gold from on the 4 hour. I need to clear off some of my trade stuff on the 4 or which it finally broke out. So on gold again on the 4 hour, this is what we had this posted for the last few days, you guys know. And I just switched the gold chart to the 4 hour. And I kept mentioning it was between the 4 hour support resistance. It's been that way for a while. So we have an upper zone, upper level, lower level. We even have upper level and lower level beyond that. So the green areas are main, low, and high. And then within those, we have a high from this swing and a low from this swing. And basically, gold was bouncing in between. So not between the yellow. So again, we have a high, we have a low, drew those. It came up, made a high low, and then it came back up and broke this high and tapped this one, turned. So that's we marked it as a 4 hour support resistance, and we had this one marked as 4 hour resistance. So that's what had been staying in between, even leading up to non-farm. This was last week. So nothing but sideways tight in here is what it got before non-farm. And then we broke out, tested the 4 hour low, came up here to test not only this high, but this 4 hour high here. And it broke through. So that line will be adjusted. I'm going to leave this one, but depending on what it does now, is it going to stay above that zone and target the upper yellow zone? It might. What area do I need to be aware of? Is this area back here. I need to be aware of that area. So I'll draw that on and label it as a 4 hour support resistance level. So that should be your immediate target that it might not break, but it is forming, it is pushing to form a higher high. So the main target should be this yellow top of the yellow zone, just knowing that it might pause there for a while. It could pause there it could stay between these two levels for, the rest of today and tomorrow. So oh, I forgot that was your YouTube name. Sorry. You've been gone for a while. Hope things have been going well. Your screenshot's the one I was talking about. I don't always remember everybody's screen names from in here. So I'm out of gold, but still in Bitcoin short and ES short, which is the S&P. That's it for me. That's all I'm in. Got stopped out of platinum in profit, not much, but so gold, I just drew a retracement line down. The 1 hour, 4 hours still green. We're starting to print 15-minute green arrows, even though it's switched back to red. It's going to switch back and forth because it's sideways right now. It's sideways between that retracement line down and the 4 hour support and resistance level. So it's going to break one way or another. It's either going to break back through the 4 hour support and resistance level and travel deeper down, or it's going to pop through the retracement line, pull back and test that 4 hour support and resistance level again, and then move long back to the high. So if it does that, if it breaks the 4 hour support and resistance level, you're going to look for levels over here for it to go to as your targets, back down to so you're going to look for those to be targets as it travels back down to the zone. That's if it breaks it. If it squeezes it tighter in between and breaks through the downtrend line, then I'd look for it to come back and test this 4 hour line again. And then you're going to need some targets for the upside as well, which those are a little easier to find. You got a target here on this high, and then of course you got a target way up here, or you can mark the inside bottom, which is right there, the inside of that, or you can even go to this red candle, but the inside of that turn up there. Because sometimes they'll come in and make a lower low, right? So if it does that, if it breaks this and hits that and goes up, we're not expecting it to go make a higher high. If it does, that's great. But we full well know that it may come up and make a lower high. So that needs target. So right now it's trying to break that. I don't know anyone that's short now. I know Peter, but Peter is. So, but those are the targets I'd want to mark out. Scott, it all hinges on whether it can break this 4-hour level. I'm gonna run up and get coffee real quick. And gold is doing just that, isn't it? Hanging out between that retracement line and that 4-hour support and resistance level. It's like magic. Can I say that? Oh, it's not magic. It looks like it's magic. Well, how did you know it was going to go sideways for a while? Well, just everyday trade. So we knew it was going to pop one way or another. We want it to break one way, test. If it breaks this, test it and gives you a green candle. The 1-hour and 4-hour are both green. So that would mean this is, if it goes back up to the high, that means this was just a big old retracement. I did take the 11 o'clock markers off. I don't know who's trading what. As far as if you're taking trades between 11 noon. Everybody's going to make their own decision on that. Has anyone has anyone been not taking trades after 11? Or is everybody waiting until the noon? Yeah, that's what I'm looking for right here. Because I like the setup that it's got right now. I don't know if that'll have followed through or not, but I like where it's at. I like what it's doing. You know, the 1 hour, 4 hour, we've been long. That's just a huge retracement. So it's been long since before 7 a.m. right here. Well, it was that sideways movement. And we talked about that sideways. Just, is there enough room for you to trade, make profit? I got into 1 or 2 trades in there. I'd have to look back. And then it finally broke and held above the top. So that was your entry for long. And this 4 hour right here, support resistance, really played into that. If you look at the bounces, it broke through a couple times. But then it pulled back up and bounced on it, pulled back up and bounced on it, bounced on it, bounced on it. It even made lower highs in here. And so that finally pushed and tested low again, then pulled up. And what did it do? Pulled back and bounced on it, and bounced on it, and bounced on it. Several times hammering that 4 hour support and resistance level. And then it finally, we got to push the other way and it closed above this high. So, yeah, sideways for a while. And I traded some of that backward and forth. I know I think one was a loss, one was a winner. I can't remember. I'd have to look back. Because I've traded that, platinum, Bitcoin, and gold, platinum, Bitcoin, ES, and Russell. And the only reason I got in Russell is I pulled it up to replace NASDAQ. I have not traded gold today at all. Or oil, sorry. And I'm not going to. So, you know, and that's the thing. I'm watching 6. At 7 o'clock, I only like to get in 2. And sometimes I'll pick the wrong 2. Someone mentioned that the other day. I can't remember who it was. We'll come into the stream. We got 7 a.m. marked. You know, everything might be green on gold at 7 a.m. and you throw a couple contracts on. You're not going in heavy because it's a 7 a.m. entry, you know, so things aren't fresh. Things already turned. You know, the 4 hour candle started an hour ago. It starts at 6 a.m., the new one. So that being said, when you get in, you might be getting a little late, so you go in lightly. So there, we're getting a break on that. So we finally got a break of that retracement line down on gold. So we'll see what sets up on the other side of this. So if you're taking the break of a retracement line, instead of waiting on it to pull back and test that 4 hour support and resistance level, you just might want to go in lighter. If you don't like if you don't like sitting heavy on a pullback, right? So again, gold's broke the retracement line. And if you're thinking about going long, because the 1 hour, 4 hour, 15 minute are all long, if you want to jump in that, but where you need to put your stop, of course, is down there. So if you look where you need to put your stop, down below those lows, and you're going to put 10 on, if that's too big of a loss, you don't want to move your stop up. That's asking for trouble, right? Leave your stop and cut your quantity of contracts into whatever you need. Half, instead of 10, go 5, 4. It depends on what your risk tolerance is, right? If your risk tolerance is $300, and by putting your stop there, you would risk 1,000. Well, you just multiplied your risk times 3. If you're comfortable losing 300, you're not going in with 10 lots. You're going in with or contracts. You're going in with 3. Now you're only risking the same amount of money, and you should feel more comfortable with that because it's the same you would lose out on any trade. You're just putting the stop where it technically should be. Yes, pulled nicely back to that downtrend line. Remember, I drew this dashed one on ES, the bottom right chart, where it was more aggressive downtrend line. So it's pulled out to the 1, which is what? Around our 4 hour level. I am still short in this. And my order's at 84.75 with the stop at 87.50. I moved my stop to halfway on that trade. So I'm still in it. And if it pulls back, we got 2 minutes on this candle. So here's what my chart looks like. It's the same as your guys. So whatever I draw on here goes out to your chart. So I'll use the position tool. You can actually see where my order's at, my stop's at. I normally mark my stop like this. And I put that X in the middle. Whoops, I don't want to move that. So I normally put my X in the middle or the middle of the X on my price, where my stop is. So that's how you know exactly where my price is, the middle of the X. So it's pulled back. So if I'm going to look to add to this position, I would want to draw a, and if you can't see a really good move, I mean, I'm just going to go wick to wick, just dial it out to a 1 minute, make sure it's attached. I need to get the magnet turned back on. I turn it off because using the position tool attaches to a lower high, and I don't use a lower high for my position tool because I always go beyond it. So that's the line that this is our retracement line up. That's what that is. And I don't have the extend on. So if it breaks that, right now would be a perfect time for this to turn, breaking the retracement line up because we have a downtrend line. Now we have a 4 hour line there too. So keep in mind, just because it breaks, if it is to break this retracement line, it could go up the backside to the 4 hour line. So it's either right now, it's either going to break this red line and go to the 4 hour and give it a test, or it's going to break through this retracement level, go to test this and go back to 4 hours, skip up the backside. So I wouldn't just take a break of that level. It's more than likely going to go test the back of that 4 hour. So that's kind of what I think it's going to do overall. So yeah, I'm short at whatever it is, whatever price I told you and showed you. 84.75. My stop's still at the halfway to break even mark. It's a little bit better than that, but not much. Should be at the, so there it goes, trying to go through that retracement line. I need to go back on a 3 minute. Oh, sorry, that's S&P, guys, or ES. That was ES, not gold. I was showing you. I think I kept saying gold, but so I like the way ES is moving now, and I've been in it since whatever that candle was. 1024 was my entry candle, so it's been a little over an hour. Oh no, I got in before that, guys. Sorry. I just pulled my execution up. That is the price I'm in. My stop was originally I had to turn my execution thing on to I think when I went out to the 4 hour something got messed up. I'll wait here. I just slid it was actually this candle here I got in on when it broke that low. Told you I can't remember all my entries and stuff, trading a few things at a time. That's why I turn my execution markers on. It shows you where you got in or where you pulled partial, where you closed the whole trade, where you added in. Because I can't remember all that. I can't even tell you if when I was younger I could remember all that. Platinum is back down where it was when I got in. So ES tested that 4 hour. Again, sometimes I will jump down to a 1 minute just to kind of see how the bounces look and the candles, but I don't leave it there. So we can see that it's coming back to test that. And you can see it on the 3 minute. It's just sometimes I do like dialing down just to kind of glance, but I won't stay down there. Gold's monkeying around with that 4 hour level. And that's, like I said, why you won't, you don't want to just take just a break of the line. Because it's typically going to go back and retest those levels. So it may continue short down the retracement line. It may not be done retracing. I take them off the charts because I don't. I've got 6 charts I'm looking at, Peter. So I have 6 charts with these on, and trend lines on, and time markers to close at noon. And I've got a 7 a.m., a noon, 11 a.m., and then a 4:45. I've also have this stuff going on, the 15-minute, 1 hour and 15 on all my charts. And I again I'm looking at 6 charts, and it's not full screen. It's on a 42-inch monitor, but I've got it adjusted a couple inches back so I can click back and forth between this chat room and then my charting. So yeah, there's a lot on there. So that's one thing I don't have to look at. So I don't have to have those on to execute my entries or to move my stop. I'm drawing the position tool to move my stop, to pick my stops, and then I'll get to drawing stuff like the triangles that are on Platinum. There's 2. So yeah, there's a lot on there. So like right now, this isn't valid anymore, my trade position tool. So that can come off. So the triangles can come off as well, but I like leaving those on so everybody can see what I was thinking what we were looking at. We were waiting on a breakout. Then I have some lows, like on Platinum, the low from back here. So it just gets to be a lot of stuff. You guys are seeing these 4 charts. Mine again are 6. So, yeah. So it looks like gold just bounced right off that, around that 4-hour level. Or not gold, sorry, ES. Gold's still trying to make up its mind what it wants to do with that 4-hour zone. It's pushing very slowly off. So yeah, I don't always leave my markers on while I'm trading, but I try and remember to turn them back on when I drag my charts over for you guys, so you can see like where I move my stop or where I close partial at, where I added back in. So I'm done taking new entries. It's 20 till noon, so I won't take any more. I'm just going to move some stops. Yeah, if I was trading like 2 charts side by side and that's it, I would just leave them on, but not trading 6. ES, I would say out of all 3 of those, I would say ES only because you get the start of the U.S. market 9:30. It's rough. Right at 9:30, but you wait about half an hour, 45 minutes, and it normally settles in one direction or another. Now, here's the only problem. You pick ES because the other day I was trading both, and I always look at ES and NASDAQ at the same time. So it was, I think last week, I got into both ES and NASDAQ at the 7 a.m. candle, I believe, right at 7 a.m. when we come in here. Everything was long. The 15-minute over on the chart, the 1 hour and the 4 hour, everything was green. So I went ahead and took the trade, went in lightly. And out of the 2, out of ES and NASDAQ, because I was in both, I remember very well, ES went to the 1-to-1 risk ratio, went to level 2, which is 1-to-1 risk to reward. And it stopped and it went sideways like the whole rest of the day, where I was positive, negative, positive, negative. And then finally it went, well, before it got that far, it went up and hit 2-to-1 and pulled back. And I was in the negative. I didn't close partial at the 1-to-1 risk level. I want to hit 2-to-1. That's where I want most of my trades. I want to close out partial at least 2-to-1. So I'm getting 2 times my risk level. Okay. So then if I take a full loss, well, on my gain, so if I take a winning trade and close out at 2-to-1, and I take a losing trade, a full 1 level, well, then my one trade, that extra level it hit, counters out the loss. And then basically I end up with one trade at a 1-to-1. Or no, I still end up positive overall on the whole thing. So what happened was I said to myself, I'm like, man, if it gets, and I said it in here, I said, if it gets back up to the 1-to-1, I'm closing partial. And that's what I did. And it just hung out sideways. So on my runners, I was like positive, negative, because I left my stop. I think I'm going to move my stop to half loss. So I was only willing to risk a half loss on the runners. But NASDAQ took off and just kept going. So what I did again, it's that 7 o'clock, I threw on I went in light on both those. If I'm taking a 7 a.m. entry, I'm not going in heavy. It's light on everything. And I don't come in and like take all 6 things at all. I don't just jump in and it's like, oh, I'm in 6 things. Yay. Because that would just not be smart. So I'm picking what I think to be the 2 best as far as what they look like. I'll get into, and then the rest I'll wait out for a decent look at entering. But it was ES and NASDAQ, and I was glad I took NASDAQ with it because it trended for the day. And I was able to make really good money on that because the runner alone was like, it was around 480 or 85, something like that. I know I posted it out there somewhere. So really good trade on it. My runner went to 450 or 480 or whatever it was. So is that it? No. Runner on Bitcoin. I see all my runners on Bitcoin. It may have been posted in the premium area. I can't remember. I'm trying to look for the thing. I'm back to 1124 though, and I know it was after that. At least I thought it was. So sometimes we got to adjust. And like I said, I was like, okay, it hit the second level, which is 1-to-1. It's like I need to adapt. But it doesn't take a ton of contracts. It doesn't take a ton of contracts to meet your daily profit. What it takes is movement. Yeah, Alex, I do consider volume in my trading. I don't use heat maps. I don't use a volume indicator. I use market timing. I don't need heat maps. I'm not looking at individual volume on a candle. I'm not looking at that at all. I could care less. Because do you know what volume is? If I turn a volume indicator on Bitcoin right now, do you know what that volume's measuring? When when you get a candle volume, does anyone know what that actually is measuring? It's measuring my broker's volume only. So I'm logged into Tradevate. That's it. There's no market volume on there when you look at that stuff. So I just use timing, market timing. I know that the U.S. stock market opens up at 9:30 in the morning. Guess when there's going to be the most volume? On like ES and NASDAQ. And if you want, put a volume indicator on there and you're going to see volume go up. Whatever volume indicator you're using, you will see volume go up. At around 9:15, 9:15, but definitely 9:30, you're going to see volume go up. It's timing. It's when the market opens, U.S. stock market. In foreign currency pairs, euro, Canadian dollar, pound, anything tied to U.S. dollar, you're going to see volume go up at 8:30 in the morning. 8 o'clock it starts going up. 8:30 when most news releases come out for the Forex market. At 8:30, you're going to see volume pick up. So knowing that, I don't need a volume indicator. I know when to expect volume. It's 8:30 in the morning, again at 9:30 in the morning, and typically at close of day. Because when the markets close, you're going to get volume. Which again, volume creates that volatility, which creates movement and creates momentum and movement. And that's what we're hoping carries our runners, is the momentum carrying it through. And it won't always do it. But yeah, so I don't personally put volume in. I used to, but then it just, with the guy that trained me, he's like, why do you even have this on the chart? He's like, when the market volume's picking up. So when I got away from, after a couple months in trading, I ended up adding other stuff to my chart, and then met back with him again. I was free to go back anytime. Went back for a week because I was like, I've lost my path. And he was like, why do you have all this on there? And the first thing he pointed out was the volume indicator. And I had some moving averages too, which he's like, can you not see it bouncing off a daily zone? I was using day, 4 hour, and 1 hour. He's like, can you not see it bouncing off a zone and pulling off of it? I'm like, yeah. So it pulls down to a zone, bounces off, gives green candles. If you're using a moving average, it has to give you more green candles before they cross. He's like, but you already know what it's doing. It's bouncing off the price, bouncing off the 4 hour zone. So he's like, you're getting in before other people are getting in off the moving averages. So, and the volume indicator is like, just take it off. The times you should be trading. So that's why I don't have them on there. There's one indicator. Have you guys heard of PO3? I thought it was interesting. Is it PO3, I think? Let me see if I got it on here. I just found it very interesting. It is I thought I had it in here. Is this it? Well, it's not that one. It's called PO3, and I thought I saved it. It's basically I don't know if you can set it up on multiple or if you can change it. Let me see if I can find it. That is not it. You can put a 4-hour candle. There it is. This one's weird. It's different. This one's not colored, and oh, it's black. Well, who makes a black candle? Now I'm going to change it to down for red. There we go. And an up bar. Okay. So I got it on a chart. Where are we at? 2 minutes, 36 seconds. So I'll move it over. Here it is. I just found it interesting. It's called PO3. You don't have, I mean, if you want to look at it right now, it's on a daily time frame. That's the day candle without looking at the day candle. So we're using a 4-hour and 1 hour. You can change that to a 4-hour candle. You can change it to a 1-hour candle. So you see what this last hour's candle has done. And as you can see, it's changed these colors of these candles in here. You know, it's mapping out the 1 hour. So I just found it interesting that you can have that on I'm always looking at other stuff that might help anyone in trading, but that is the 4-hour candle right there. So we know the 4-hour candle opened here. If we go to the 10 o'clock time frame, right there, this green candle. So basically the 10 o'clock time at 10 o'clock, this 4-hour candle opened here, and you see it quickly went up, right? So we opened, looks like on that candle right there, it quickly went up, right? We had a wick, and then it just dropped. This whole move down just created this big drop in the candle. And then it wicked down to here, which is basically just this move and wick down, creating the low. And then now we're back currently up here, gentle moves. I just found it interesting because, you know, we're always looking at the 4-hour, the 1 hour. So if you wanted to watch it, this one's, it's called PO3. I'm not even sure which one I got on there, because when it comes up, it says that right there, trend bars. That says TRN trend bars, but that's not what I searched. It was, I just searched PO3, no space. Just search PO3, and it was, it is not that top one, or is it that top one? I don't think. I think it's this right here. This one that says trend bars is the one I just put on. There's several of them, but I think that's the one I just put on. And unfortunately, it's putting it on my other chart, which I already have it. So that is interesting if you want to check it out. So you can see what the 4-hour candle looks like, which I think is huge for someone new that's using multiple time frames, or just learning to use multiple time frames. To be able to not have to look, and that's why we use what we use here. These more show you on the bottom like what the 15 or what the 1 hour and 4 hour are flipping to. You know, if they're holding, since there's multiple, since it shows up on every candle, you can see like, okay, are we still holding short? Is the 1 hour and 4 hour? You know, we know the 1 hour and 4 hour switched here, right? Well, why'd they switch? Well, we had a big move down, so the market turned directions. So we can see that they're holding short right now. We got a pullback on it, and then now it's down, and it's kind of sit sideways. Well, it's around lunchtime now, so it should be no wonder as to why it's flipping sideways. And those candles are probably going to stay. I don't know. Oh, it does. This one has this has the indicator on it. That's why those candles are still white. So ES did exactly what I mentioned it could do. Remember, we were looking at it to break the downtrend line, break our counter trend line here, but possibly also walk up the backside to test this line. And that's what it's doing, testing that 4 hour zone, possibly could go a little deeper. So noon's coming up. You have to decide if you're going to look to enter or not. So basically what it's done is it's broke that retracement line and then came back up to test the 4-hour downtrend line. That's ES. And I'll leave these charts up until was it 5? So they'll still be running. This will still be on. I'll have to break for lunch here in a little bit and eat something. But are you guys still holding your gold trades for those in it? And here, going back to what I think is smoother, I think, yes, it's ES and oil over gold. I mean, gold only is smooth when it trends. Other than that, you're going to get sideways chop. We had, 2 weeks in there with a lot of sideways chop on gold. I just wasn't happy with it at all. And of course, I'm not just trading that. So, but on trades where I traded it, sometimes it only went to 1-to-1, and I'm not happy with that. So that's why I've been trading other instruments heavier than I've been trading gold. All right, MC. Where are you at? Like a coffee shop? At a train station? Oh, he might already, or MC might already left. I don't have a train station around here with the coffee shop. Oh, I thought you were at a coffee shop at a train station watching trains go by and didn't even invite me. I was like, well, that sounds pretty cool is what I was thinking. Man, you had me about ready to go out to Google and look for some train stops with coffee shops. Yeah, I think that would be cool. My coffee shop over here, it's just people. And it's funny because most of the people that come in, like the people that come in to eat and stuff, know me, all the regulars. So if I go over there, I'm constantly talking to people. I try and let them do more talking than me. And on the weekends, they've been having kids come in, and Saturdays, decorating cookies, watching movies. So I always help with that. They've been getting about 25 to 30 kids on a Saturday. And then, of course, the parents come in. All right, that's the 12 o'clock alarm. 12 Eastern, you got London boys shutting down. You got U.S. Heading to lunch. I'm going to take the vertical lines off. But that's why they were there. Yeah, gold got around that 4 hour zone or 4 hour support resistance level, guys, and it's just hanging out. Again, it's time of day. So we don't expect this time of day to get heavy volume to push our instruments around. If we do get it, that's great, but you just can't expect it. The only thing I would look to maybe consider taking out of these four would be Bitcoin or ES short. ES because it's at that 4-hour support resistance level. And then ES. And then Bitcoin, I'd want to see it break this low. I mean, I would need further confirmation that's ready to go short. So we've got this, swing low here where we had a huge drop and then it just stopped right there. Okay, so that's a significant price right there on Bitcoin. Again, just huge move down off the 4-hour zone and bam, it just stopped. So look under it. Do we have a level? I have a green trend line, uptrend line. Go look to the left. If you have to, dial in, a higher time frame. We've got several areas in here. But overall, where I drew that line, you can always cast it back to the other direction. I don't know if you can extend it that way. No, you'd have to use the regular line tool for that. So that price was heavily respected there off of that drop. So again, that's a price you need to be aware of. So personally, it pulled back. You had a red candle. You could even drew a retracement line up here. So red candles, red triangles, you could have shorted. What should your target be? The inside of this bottom, which it just hit. So target hit, knowing that it's going to have a hard time going through that. So it may sit sideways the rest of the day. So if I was looking to get in something late, I would want to come in and set an alarm, right there for that to break. So set an alarm that Bitcoin's crossing down below that. So that's what I would want to do personally. And I wouldn't set it right to the tick because it might come touch it. I'd rather come down and set it on that wick right there. I want it to pass below the candle turn right there first. And then ES, of course, is under the 4-hour. Those would be the only two I would consider. Gold, 15-minute is flipping back and forth, of course, but the 1-hour here at noon is turning red. So if the next couple candles come up and you see red across the 1-hour, that might hold. So that'll give you, should help you hold your shorts a little better. I'm going to break for a minute or a little bit and eat lunch. I'll be back a little later on. Is anyone still in here? If not, I'll shut the stream down for a while. It'll be back up tonight. If so, I'll leave it run. I was just checking.